Must be all the rain today.
Yeah. We good to go? Okay. All right, good afternoon. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Larry Clay and I'll be chairing today's session. Panel members today are Zahir Bayat, Phil Ghosh, and Gary McKay. Our Deputy Secretary Treasurer today is working remotely is Sabrina Salatino. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually through electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. When your item is called, you'll be unmuted by the moderator. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or, in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today I'll call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept new materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and make a presentation of the committee. Then, individuals, either in support or opposed, will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation, and when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut those issues that were raised by the speakers. And this will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there, first of all, folks, any declaration of interest?
Yes, for this afternoon, I will recuse myself from item number 34 out of an abundance of caution due to a professional relationship with the agent unrelated to the application. Okay,
thank you. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any files to be closed this afternoon?
Through you, Mr. Chair, see none.
And are there any deferral requests for this afternoon?
Through you, Mr. Chair, see none.
Okay. All right.
I'm here, but videos having some difficulty with the video, but I'm here and set to go.
Okay. Just shout out, Gary, if you want to say something or ask a question.
Sure, will do.
Okay. We start off with item number 19. 253 Dunvegan Road. This is an application to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a covered front porch, a front integral garage ramp leading to parking spaces within the basement, a rear yard outdoor room or terrace, a rear 2nd-story balcony, and a west side 3rd-story balcony. Also to construct a front yard water feature, a rear in-ground swimming pool, and a 1-story cabana. Committee has before it Copy of the minutes from the May 15th public hearing. Copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan, floor plans, elevations received January 17th. Revised zoning notice received January 17th. Covering letter from the agent. 2 photographs of trees on the subject property and presentation materials from the agent. We have staff reports from Urban Forestry and Metrolinx. There is 1 form letter in support from 257 Dunvegan. There is correspondence in opposition from 255 Dunvegan, 259 Dunvegan, 272 Forest Hill Road. That's it. We have the agent.
Through the chair, we have the agent online and we have registered speakers.
Okay. Hang on a second while I find it.
Hey, Mr. Chair, it's David Bronskill here, if you can hear me all right.
We can indeed, thank you. Address for the record, David?
Yes, sir, and I'll do that, and I'm actually going to be making a procedural request of you, but the address for the record is 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400, Toronto, Ontario, and just confirming that I am here on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, and what's your request, sir?
It's not, strictly speaking, Mr. Chair, a deferral request, but since this was here last time and it was deferred, and you may recall there were considerable number of letters of opposition when this matter was before the Committee of Adjustment previously, when it was deferred, our client did engage in a consultation process with the neighbors and actually reached out to everybody who had submitted a letter, but I think more importantly has engaged with the most immediate neighbors, and they have, with our thanks, also engaged back with us. I've said to this panel before that consultation's a two-way street, and we do thank them for that. There were some modifications that are now before the committee that I would go through later as part of a presentation that have come out of those discussions. There was also a request, Mr. Chair, from the neighbors, maybe unrelated to your deliberations, but important for the neighbors, to have a written agreement to document some matters. That agreement has been drafted and is under review, and in fact, my client's about to sign it. The procedural request, Mr. Chair, if the panel would be accepting of it, is to move us to the last item in the 2 o'clock slot. That's why I say it's sort of a modified deferral, just so that we're not heard now, which might potentially entrench positions, but that we could see if we can get that agreement signed up so that we would come back before the 3:30 items and hopefully have that agreement finalized and signed, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I will canvass. I think we've got a couple people online. I think out of respect, I need to canvass them in terms of
Yes,
their
sir.
support for a delay today. I would also just raise and flag, as I'm sure you know, there is a forestry report recommending refusal of a few of the variances, which I'm sure you will be responding to.
Yes, sir. And the revisions, just so there's no surprises, sir, the revisions also respond to that memo in a productive way. So I think it's a good news story overall.
Okay, hang on a second, Stanley,
Thank you.
please.
Through the chair, we're just going to check if there's anyone here in person for item number 19.
Oh, if
Okay,
you want
could
to come up, sir. Sorry, you didn't get a chance to take your coat off. To the microphone and the chairs over there. If I could have your name and address, please.
I'm Larry Chad.
Is the microphone on?
We'll see.
You got to speak in so we can hear you.
I'm Larry Chad, and I live at 255 Dunvegan, which is just to the west of this property.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't know if you heard the agent while you were coming in. They've asked for a slight delay today to maybe push this application back to around 3:30-ish so that they can continue, their lawyers can continue to have discussions about a side agreement. Are you okay with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Is there someone online? Thank you.
Amber, you've been unmuted.
How are you?
Amber, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I was muted and now I'm unmuted again. Can
All
you
right.
hear me?
Did you hear Mr. Bronskill's request to just bump this a little while to finalize?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I did. In fact, if you could see me on video right now, you'd see that I look very tired because I've been up half the night trying to work with Mr. Bronskill to get this resolution completed. So we certainly support the request. I would just say to be very cautious. If we could go first on the 3:30 agenda, I see the committee has been moving very efficiently today. I think that would just give us a little bit more comfort if that's acceptable to Mr. Bronskill.
Yes, I think what we'll do, unless we're smack in the middle of another file, we will reserve a spot for you around 3:30.
Thank you very much. That's appreciated.
Anyone else?
Naomi, you've been unmuted.
Hello?
Naomi, can you hear us?
Do we have a number to call?
Naomi, we're going to try calling you. Hi, Naomi.
Yes, speaking.
Oh, hi, Naomi. I don't know whether you've heard the discussion up to this point, but the agent for this application has requested a slight delay to around 3:30-ish to allow for some negotiations to continue. Are you okay with that?
What agent? What agent
This is Mr.
for what
Bronskill.
application?
This is Mr. Bronskill.
Who's Bronskill?
He's representing the owners of 253 Dunvegan.
I never heard about this, and I didn't know there was such a WebEx conference right now, but okay. Okay, hold on one sec. He wants a what? What is
No. He wants, apparently he's involved in negotiations with another party that they need a little bit more time to conclude. He's asked for the committee's indulgence to bump this application to be heard around 3:30 this afternoon. And I'm asking
No,
you...
No.
You're
No.
you're not in agreement?
Well, I'm busy.
Okay.
What, I have to put my life on hold? No.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry. How many times can I do this? They've
I
asked
understand.
This is the second or third time.
I understand, ma'am. Thank you.
Through the chair, we do have one more speaker in person.
Oh,
Could Leslie Marcus come up to the podium, please?
Can I ask a question?
not right now, ma'am. I'll get back to you. Hi.
Hi, how are you? It's
Good.
Leslie Marcus from 272 Forest Hill Road. I am regrettably having to maybe agree to this delay, although I had suggested on Friday, when the applicant came to us for the first time in 9 months, that perhaps he should ask for a deferral because now they're lawyering back and forth with all these sub-agreements, and I need time to figure out what I'm prepared to agree to. The applicant has been very open and coming to us, but again, at the 11th hour.
Okay, I understand. So if the committee agrees to defer this, then we will have ample opportunity to raise those concerns and questions with the applicant.
My ideal situation would be to take my time instead of being called 15 times today and being knocked on the door all weekend long,
Right.
you know, begging,
one of the things-
begging for my approval.
Yes, I understand everyone's busy. So one of the considerations you may want to raise is if you're uncomfortable with this application after we've heard it later, you can ask the panel if for a deferral.
So you will hear it at 3:30 or thereafter, at which point I have parent-teacher interviews.
I understand.
So I won't be here. I could try to log in on your WebEx. From now until then, I will review some of the legal documents that have been sent to me. They were sent to me on the way down as I was driving. So I need to review them before I agree to anything.
I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
So that's, I guess, where I stand.
Thank
I
you,
don't know
ma'am.
what happens procedurally from here. Thank you.
Can I get the agent back? Mr. Bronskill,
Mr. Chair.
you've heard some discomfort from some of the neighbors about the timing of this application, and I appreciate that there's been furbish work being done, I guess, between two parties, perhaps not all. Are you able at all to consider, or your clients consider, a deferral so that the neighbors can have a fulsome opportunity to review the revised application and have some further engagement?
No, sir, I'm not. And here's why. The revised materials that are before the chair and the panel include the revised variances, include the revised plans. They are properly before you in accordance with the committee and the notice. So these materials have been provided, and I have had a chance to review them. What one of the speakers is referring to in terms of the legal agreement is actually something she requested late yesterday beyond just the plans and the variances and a condition that would tie us to plans. She requested the legal agreement. I don't believe she has a lawyer, sir, but Ms. Stewart jumped in on behalf of her client, Mr. Daniels, and for that I'm very appreciative. And we've worked very hard to comply with that request to have a legal agreement. It doesn't change anything that's before you. So if that legal agreement isn't signed, we are still going to seek approval of the plans and revised variances. But if the legal agreement helps give comfort to people that my client is going to do what he says they're going to do, we would like the opportunity to conclude that agreement.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Phil.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So I think you're fully cognizant of this based on your answer and your experience in this area, but the side agreements are purely for your client's comfort and the comfort of others before us. Given that they haven't been filed, we'll be considering the application without really considering the existence of those agreements when we come back at 3:30. So just wanted to put that out there and make sure that.
But what it might do is
It might
influence
change-
some of the opposition's comments.
Absolutely, and so, it could be worth holding off for that reason, but any reference to those agreements we'll have to kind of put to one side of our minds as we consider the application.
Good point. All right, I am going to, I don't think, Sabrina, I need to put this to a vote, but I am going to just bump this one to 3:30 because I think that's in the best interest of the application.
For you, Mr. Chair, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. We will have this one, hopefully, as I say, in the absence of us being in the middle of another application, we will aim to hear this at 3:30. Let us move on now to item number 20. This is 108 Maria Street, This is an application to alter the existing rear one-story ancillary building, detached garage, by constructing a complete second story to contain one garden suite, which will occupy both levels, with a raised portion of the roof at the west end of the second floor. There will be a total of 3 residential dwelling units on this lot, two within the existing dwelling unit and 1 within the garden suite. Committee has before a copy of the minutes from the December 4th public hearing, copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent. We have an advisory staff report from Metrolinx. We have 8 form letters in support from owners of 96, 105, 107, 110, 111, 112, 115, and 124 Maria Street. And we have correspondence in opposition from 98 Maria Street.
Through the chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
That's great. Thank you.
Rocco, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Mr. Chair, good afternoon, and members of the committee. My name is Rocco Schifano for the records. I'm here back in front of you from the deferral. The main reason of the deferral was because of the changes that the province have made, which is Bill 227, removing the 45 degrees of the angular plane. And in addition, we took the opportunity to lower the overall height. I have revised the drawings to reduce the height of the existing structure, revised the height by 3'5", which is over 1 meter. So the area that is still above the height is the staircase and the hallway area. Let's see if you could see on the elevation, if I can ask you to scroll a little bit down. Okay, so the overall main roof height, it is within compliance with the zoning bylaw. So the only so the height variances that we're asking your approval today, it's just for the little portion, as you can see, sticking out, which is the staircase and the hallway. That is to accommodate some extra windows and skylights, which practically it will enhance the flow of the natural light, creating brighter, more inviting space that is essential for achieving the desired ambience and aesthetics. We have consulted the immediate neighbors. As you mentioned, we have 8 letters of support. And we believe the design and the revisions now will meet the 4th test. And with this, I thank you for your time, and I believe, I hope this design will be more suitable for the garden suite. I am done with the presentation. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Great, thank you. Any questions, panel? So here?
Yeah, I just do have one. It's not related to your variance request. I just noticed you've got a huge setback at the rear between the garden suite and the property line.
Right.
Is there some reason why it was such a big gap there, or distance?
Yes, sir. So a few years back, we got a building permit for a garage, for a detached garage. So we're maintaining the same footprint and location of the structure. We just proposing the second floor addition of the existing footprint.
So you had permission for a garage in that spot, but...
Oh, yeah. Yes. We have a building permit, and we closed the permit and everything else, yes. So we're just going above the existing conditions.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? No. Oh, Gary, you're back with us? Okay. No other questions? Okay, let's take it into committee.
Sure, I'll start us out. I think it's only one variance to permit a garden suite with a kind of interesting design. The variance is to give some more height to permit some more natural light on the second story. We do have much more in the way of support in our record than opposition. I find the effect of that additional height in this location, which is tightly packed against the rail corridor and interesting part of the junction, to be minor, so personally I find it supportable.
Okay, anyone else? I just from my perspective, I mean, I wouldn't normally, again, height, I always find a difficult one to get over, but I think in this case, as you point out, Phil, it's backing onto the rail yard, and it's also the massing is towards the rear, right, which is, I think, minimizes the impact on the neighbors as represented by the fact that they've all written in support. So I would agree with you. Do you want to make a motion?
Sure, yeah, I'll make a motion to approve it on the basis of the reasons I just gave in my previous comments.
Okay, motion by Mr. Ghosh to approve, with no conditions, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? It's unanimous, thank you. Item number 21 is um, 108 Chatham Avenue. This is an application to alter the rear two-story ancillary building by containing one laneway suite currently under construction as approved by previous variance, and the request is to increase the building height. Committee has before it a copy of the minutes from the February 12th public hearing, copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and 5 form letters in support from 110, 137, 143, 145, and 178 Chatham Ave.
Through the chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers. Faizan, you've been unmuted.
My name is Firina Avenue, 37 Woodbine Avenue. Is everybody able to hear me?
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing you, sir. Just a little closer to the microphone, maybe?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's much better. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. My name is Firina Avenue of FA Adjournment 1237 Woodbine Avenue, M4C4E5.
Great. Thank you, sir. Hang on a second. Panel member, this seems quite straightforward to me. Does anyone need a presentation? Gary, you okay? Okay. Sir, we've read your application. We're familiar with the material. We don't need a presentation today. Is there anything you'd like to share with us before we take it into committee for a decision?
No, I mean, I would like to just do a brief, just a couple of sentences here.
Sure.
We were, during the course of construction, a substitute examiner identified a deficiency in terms of the separation. It's the separation that is causing the height issue, because normally the height allowed for a garden home, a lane-bay home is about 6 meters. We are at 5.97 meters. It's the separation between the homes, right? And we've already agreed with the city to demolish a portion of the addition. So right now we are essentially going to committee of adjustment for 0.65 meter in separation. If we were at 7.5 meter, we would have been allowed about 6 meter in height, right? But we are at 6.85 meters. So essentially we are at before the committee for 0.65 meter. And the homeowner, they've invested pretty much all their life saving into construction of it. The construction is complete, and only after the completion we are finding about this deficiency, right? He is a senior, a 70-year-old citizen, and he does plan to rent out the unit after completion for some income after he retires, right? So I would request the committee if they can please grant us the variance here.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions of the speaker? See none? Let's take it into committee. Gary, did you want this one? I saw your hand go up. Your microphone's not on, sir.
Thanks again. Yes, I think this is a reasonable application. Pleased to see letters of support in terms of the height of the variance requested. So I see no conditions of approval, so I will move to approve this application for Chatham Avenue.
Okay, motion by Mr. McKay to approve. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Ghosh, all in favor? That's unanimous, thank you. You have your approval. Item number 22 is 108 Hilton Ave. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by enclosing the existing front porch into habitable space. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, and email correspondence and support from 122 Hilton.
Through the chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers. Rafi, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Name and address, please, sir.
My name is Rafi from RT Architects. I'm representing 108 Hilton Avenue owners. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee members. The thing is, as you already mentioned, the parameter and everything is the same thing. It's just we enclosing the existing porch. That's why we're getting, we're asking those 3 minor variances to get approved because it is an existing, and as I said, as a parameter, we're not adding anything. It just within enclosure, we're getting like a little bit more than maximum permitted floor index, and then the setback. It is the same, but when we're enclosing, it's the zoning is changing, and then the side again it is existing. It's 0.62 instead of 0.9, but everything is within the existing parameter.
Okay, thank you, sir. Panel, any questions? It's fairly straightforward. Porch enclosure? We have no questions. Okay, let's take this into committee. Zahir?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's a very straightforward application, and I was going to ask about variants 1 and 2, whether there were existing circumstances, and I think I've got that answer. So I'd like to move a motion to approve, and there are no other conditions attached.
Okay, motion by Mr. Byatt to approve. I have a seconder. Mr. McKay, all in favor? Okay, you have your approval, sir. Thank you. We move on to item number 23, 96 Caithness Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition. The existing rear deck and one-story ancillary building will be maintained and unaltered. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan received February 26th. Red line public notice received February 26th. 6 photographs of the subject property and a covering letter from the agent. We have a staff report from community planning.
Through the chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers. Raphael, you've been unmuted.
Hi, hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Raphael Martins from RDA Designs. We're located at 2131 Williams Parkway, Brampton, unit number 20.
Okay, you're putting addition off the back. You've revised the variance number 2 with soft landscaping. Can you just give us an overview of that, please?
Yes, so in the original application, there was an existing deck in the backyard, as you can see on the screen. The staff member that reached out to us recommended showing at least some sort of soft landscaping in the backyard. So we spoke with the clients and we decided to remove the deck and put grass instead of a wood deck to increase the soft landscaping percentage.
Okay, Phil?
So what sort of confused me about that solution, although it is one that planning staff seem to be fine with, is why remove the deck instead of the concrete behind the deck, or perhaps do both and then not need this variance at all? What's the reason for retaining that concrete pad?
I think even with the concrete pad, we would still require the variance. But the reason for that is because the owners of the property are having some health concerns, and it's going to be very hard for them to maintain the soft landscaping in the future. So they're trying to minimize the soft landscaping as much as they can.
So that's going to be concrete. Are you planning to change that driveway / right of way area at all? Are you redoing it?
Like majority of this is already existing.
Right.
All we're altering is the proposed one-story addition that we're adding in the backyard, and the deck we're gonna change it and make it grass. Everything else is existing as of now.
Okay. From the photo that you submitted, you've got a deck spanning, looks like the breadth of your backyard, but where there's a tarp covering something, is that wood as well? Or is that, it looks like...
I believe where the tarp is, that is the concrete pad that we're referring to.
And you're removing that?
No, they're not. That was the one I was asking.
Oh, that's it. Okay, that's a good question, Phil.
Yeah, the concrete at the very back of the yard. They're
Thank you.
retaining, even though they're removing the deck in favor of grass. And it seems to me removing concrete is actually not that onerous of a task.
Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were referring to another area, but thank you. That's a great question. Sir, so your contention is that your client doesn't want to remove that concrete at the back?
Correct, yes. Because of future health concerns. He's currently having some health concerns at the moment, and he's afraid he won't be able to maintain the grass if there is more grass in the backyard.
Okay. I'm not sure I fully agree with that, but we'll see. Do you know what the percentage, if you were, for example, if you were to convert that concrete pad into grass, do you know what the new variance would be?
I don't have those numbers on hand, but currently the proposal is 14.1 square meters, so it's about double that. I can get you that in percentage if you'd like.
We can either change that variance, or if the panel is inclined to make a recommendation on that, we could just make it a condition that that be removed and replaced with soft landscaping. Sabrina, does it make a difference?
Through you, Mr. Chair, either way works. It would be more ideal if the applicant could just confirm what the numbers would be with that change.
Okay, sir, do you?
Yes, I can confirm if you give me about a minute.
Yeah, why don't you do that, sir? I don't want to presuppose what the panel's going to do, but I think that would be received well by the panel.
Yeah, please give me a moment then.
Sorry, Phil, I wasn't fully paying attention to your question, I guess.
When you look at the proposed site plan, and I think this is the revised one, it doesn't indicate the concrete pad.
It does.
It looks like it's all soft landscaping.
Yeah.
It's a little problematic.
It's slightly misleading, but it is there because you can see the different coloring of the behind the concrete pad is a bit of a different pattern, and if you look to the right, there is a legend that shows that that's concrete.
Looking at the revised one.
Yeah. That's concrete, and that's that design.
Oh, it's
Whereas
subtle.
that's grass, and that's that design. It's very subtly different.
Very subtle. My eyeballs are not so good. Yeah, I see. The one's more dense than the other.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so if we remove the concrete pad plus the proposal of the grass where the deck currently is, we're looking at 25.33 square meters of soft landscaping, which equates to 0.35%.
Okay.
So 35%, sorry.
That's good. I think that's better. We appreciate you and your client accommodating us. Okay, any further questions, panel? No, we'll take this into committee. Is it here?
Thank you, Chair. I'll move this one. When I first saw the application, of course, that's one of the things that really stuck out. But then I noticed there was an amendment to it to 19.82%, but this newest revision, I think, is more acceptable. So this will be an amended application with variance number 2 changing from, I believe it was 0% to now, and 0 meters squared to 25.33 meters squared, and I didn't quite catch the percentage.
35 exactly, it sounded like.
35%.
35% exactly. And I'm not sure.
We wouldn't tie it to plans because,
exactly, yeah, because
no,
plans
let's,
changed.
because we've changed the variance, we shouldn't tie it to plans. Okay, motion by Mr. Byatt to approve the amended application. Seconded, have a seconder, Mr. Ghosh. All in favor? You have your approval with that amendment. Thank you. Item number 24 has been postponed. 429 Walmer Road. Item number 25 is 572 Annette Street. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story detached mixed-use building by constructing a rear 2-story addition containing a side canopy, a balcony on the south side of the 2nd-story addition, and a below-grade basement and tunnel connecting to the main building in the rear yard abutting the laneway. The existing 1-story ancillary building will be demolished. There will be 1 retail unit and 2 residential dwelling units on this site. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 8 photographs of the subject property, staff reports from Urban Forestry and Transportation Services. We have 1 form letter in support from 545 Beresford, 6 letters in support from 524, 526, 553, 533, 539, 583, 584 Beresford, and correspondence and concern from 570 Annette Street.
Through the chair, we have the agent here in person and no registered speakers.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrew Miskiv. I'm the agent for this file.
Thank you, Andrew. This is an interesting application. We're going to need a presentation, but I am going to put to you before we start, you don't have a length variance on your application.
No, this property is a CR zone.
Oh, so we wondered whether it was because of the unique nature, because basically
it's a resident.
You're asking for a laneway suite with a tunnel underneath it.
Yeah, because that links the utilities, so it's easier just to have it.
Yeah, I get that. But if you were bound by the laneway suite provisions, you'd probably trigger a bunch of variances.
Well, we would have pushed the structure further back because we would have 1 meter setback. Okay. So it'd be a little altered, but effectively it'd be the same.
Okay, so maybe you can give us a bit of a presentation because of the unique nature of this application. And clearly, there's number 570 Annette has raised some concerns.
Well, I can address the concern first.
Do you have a question, Phil, before we start?
And also if he could address the forestry concerns as well. I've got my own theory on what resolves the forestry issue, but I'd like to hear it from the agent.
Fair point. You do have a refusal from Urban Forestry.
I think there's some confusion on their end, but I'll explain it.
Okay. Off we go then.
So it's a commercial residential zone on a corner. It has 1 very large tree on the side street. You can see it in the TPZ zone on the right on the screen. So it's a 2-story addition to the property with a linked underground connection. This is for utilities for storage. The current location.
So people can go between the two, or is it just for wires and stuff?
It's more for the commercial storage because they maintain, I guess they sell furniture, they do restoration. So it's more for storage primarily.
Okay.
And for structure because we need the proper footing to support the 2 stories above.
Okay.
So it's either going to be on stilts or a full basement with a connection because it's so close.
Okay, sorry for interrupting, go ahead.
It's okay. So currently there's a 2-car garage in that spot. It burnt down recently. So they decided to put in a laneway-like construction in the back. So the owner's daughter lives upstairs and the owner will be living in the backyard. So they have a small courtyard between the 2 structures. This will be for the kids to play in. So I can wait until you pull it up just to explain it. Yeah, so his family lives upstairs above the commercial, and they'll be in the back in those 2 floors. And there's a fairly large tree on Beresford at the top of the page, which constrains this project quite a bit. And we have one letter of concern from the adjacent neighbor, but if you read it closely, they actually support the project. They've asked that we maintain their view and sunlight to Beresford, hence the gap in the 2 buildings. And they've asked that we keep this style as we've proposed here in the actual construction, so we don't make any revisions to that. So we've met their concerns, and their letter reads as a support letter. I can proceed on to the 2 comments from the city as well. The first being the parking issue. Because it's no longer a garage, we have access from Beresford to the property, so they're asking that we restore the curb and put in soft landscaping. We will apply for 2 legal parking spots if they approve it to remain on site. The problem with removing any sort of parking is that it's within the TPZ zone. So I'll have to talk to Urban Forestry and see what we can accommodate, but the goal is to have 2 parking spots, 2 pads there on site. So I don't know if you can see. I guess where that car is right now, that's the pad that will be maintained at the bottom right. So we're not really concerned about their request. We will apply for the parking pads, and if they refuse us, then we will restore it. And then finally, just for the forestry issue, so we do have to work with forestry to determine whether we can do our foundation as drawn. What they're saying is that our zone has to be much larger, so we may have to do more helical piles or columns to accommodate the weight from above. If they say it's too much damage, we'll have to apply for either an injury or a removal, but we'll have to see what happens as we go through those discussions. The actual refusal focuses on the wrong wall of the house, of the structure. So they're asking about the wall between the main building and the back, and not the wall that's actually affected by the tree, or the vice versa. So it's a bit of a confusion on their part. I tried calling her, but she didn't respond to the voicemail that I left her. So it's a bit unusual.
Yeah, it is unusual, and I think, this is a honey locust tree, so it's not your basic Manitoba maples are a problem. But it looks like there's a major branch that goes towards where you would be constructing.
So the one on the right sort of deviates kind of in between the 2 structures.
It does?
We will have to trim back a bit through, of course, an arborist, but the tree can be preserved as long as Urban Forestry agrees to the roots being maintained. So I'll have to show them, of course, the drawings. They'll have to agree to our excavation. And we'll have to have an arborist on site as they excavate. And if they don't allow what we've shown, they'll have to shrink or revise. The main focus, of course, is the 2 floors above. The basement is more just for structure. And I think that's Urban Forestry's main concern.
So if you had to do helical piles, it would just reduce your basement floor area?
It'd be pretty much all helical piles. The problem is helical piles have to be very big. So it's a trade-off between having half of it a full foundation and the front being helical. That's the best way to do it. If it's all helical, it's a lot more weight, so a lot more piles or larger piles. So I think the way we have it shown now is easier. We can always pull the wall back in if needed at the tree, but to do too many helical piles, unless the soil can support it, it's going to be bigger columns. So it's a bit of a trade-off to figure out what's possible first with an engineer. And once we have that plan in place, we'll talk to urban forestry and have them sign off and give us the permit. Because all of this depends on them approving us anyways. We can't build without their okay.
All right, any questions, panel? Gary, you good? I don't know if Gary's talking. You are talking.
Sorry about it. Yep.
Okay,
Sorry,
there you
guys. I think he's covered the transportation issue about removing the driveway and about closing the initial curb cut. So I think he's spoken to that.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. No further questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks.
We'll take this into committee. Is it here?
Question, yeah.
Do you have a question?
I'm just a little puzzled.
Of the applicant?
No, perhaps,
Of us, okay.
You might be able to be affected. With regard to the forestry report to deny variance number 4, did I miss something in terms of the explanation, perhaps?
Yeah, I think what he's basically saying is that if they build a foundation in the traditional way, it has the very real potential of affecting the root structure.
That's right.
What I think the applicant is saying is that if that's the case, they may have to go to helical piles, which would potentially minimize the damage to the root structure. I think their intention is to preserve the tree regardless.
And I think the drawings, actually, the front west elevation shows the helical piles as well. So they do have, I suppose, that.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry. We will come out. If we need clarification, we'll come out.
So I'm just wondering whether the forestry condition is one that you impose.
For sure. If we're inclined to approve this, then we have to have a forestry condition because they need to resolve that issue with urban forestry.
And we'd only be imposing condition 1. We wouldn't be imposing the advisory comments. Those are advisories suggesting that to clear condition 1, you might need helical piles or whatever, but I don't think we'd be binding them by imposing condition 1. It just would be requiring them to apply.
Yep.
And the other part that I think he explained, it was sort of what I thought as well, is I think there's a bit of confusion at forestry. The one they're asking us to deny variance for just has to do with essentially how close the two buildings are together, which doesn't really affect the main issues having to do with the tree. Yeah.
Unless they want the two buildings closer together to avoid the tree. Should be weird.
Yeah. And given the site constraints, I'm not sure that would make
outside of difference. That, I think this is a reasonable application.
All right, Zahir, why don't you make a motion to that effect then?
Thank you. So I'd like to move a motion to approve this application with the transportation condition and forestry number 5.
Number 1, because number 5 is deny and number 1 is the alternate forestry.
Number 1, that's right, yeah. So forestry 1.
Okay. Before someone seconds, I just would like to make for the record an observation that this is an application which arguably it's a laneway suite, but it's not a laneway suite because there's a tunnel. You know, I think this is a unique circumstance, and I think I'm fine with this game, but I would not like to see this becoming a standard application feature simply to get around laneway suite requirements. I'm sure that wasn't your intention, but on the surface of it, that's kind of what it half looks like. So I just want to go on record as noting that this is not at all common, and nor will it be an acceptable application feature in future applications.
Okay. Corner lot, CR zone, the mixed use.
It's a little different because of the mixed use nature.
Yeah.
But again, I've seen this type of application before, which we've denied because it does contribute, it does factor in terms of the overall length and depth. But because it's CR designation, it doesn't get captured that way. But anyways, sorry, I interrupted. Can I get a seconder to that motion?
Sure, yeah, no, I would be happy to second.
Motion by Mr. Byatt to approve with those conditions, seconded by Mr. Ghosh. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. All right. Item number 26, 99 Ashburnham Road. This is an application to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by enclosing the rear porch into a habitable space with a deck and staircase. Committee has before a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of trees on the subject property, and a covering letter from the agent.
Through the chair, we have the agent online, no registered speakers.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Greg Davidovich from GTA Permits.
Sorry, sir. I'm just going to ask you to speak up a little louder, please, or get closer to the microphone.
Sure. How about that? Is that okay?
That's better. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Greg Davidovich from GTA Permits, address 101 Robert Drive. Before you have an application, which I think it's pretty straightforward. What triggered the application is, again, including the rear porch into habitable space. I can answer any questions you might have, but I think the application is.
Yeah, I think it's fairly straightforward. I would agree. Panel, any questions on this one? I don't think so. Thank you, sir. I think we'll take it into committee. Anyone want to take this one on? Zahir?
Thank you, Chair. This is really a very, very straightforward application with no impact on anybody other than the homeowner at the end. So I'd like to move approval with no conditions.
Okay, motion by Mr. Byatt to approve, no conditions. The seconder, Mr. McKay, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir. Item number 27, 87 Knox Avenue. This is an application to construct a new 3-story detached duplex with a covered front and rear ground floor porches and stairs, front and rear walkout basements, front and rear second and third story balconies, and a front basement level integral garage. Also to construct a new stone patio in the rear yard. There'll be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot. Each unit will occupy each level. We'll have a separate access, one from the front and one from the rear, and will be connected by only by the second level. Committee has before it copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan received February the 3rd. Revised zoning waiver received February the 3rd. 2 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, arborist report, presentation materials from the agent, tree preservation plan, a TPPR permit, and a urban forestry permit. We have staff reports from urban forestry and community planning and from the TRCA.
Through the chair, we have the agent online and 1 registered speaker in interest.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members, Mr. Chair. My name is Felix Leiche. I'm here as the owner's agent. My address is 33 Fernwood Park Avenue, Toronto.
Thank you, sir. We're going to need a short presentation, please.
Yes, please.
So I would also note if you can speak to the fact that forestry is recommending refusal of variances 4 and 5. If you could address that as well, please.
Yeah, okay. So as you mentioned, the application is for a duplex on the lot, removing the existing house. The variances, during the planning process, our client was in contact with the immediate neighbors, and none of the neighbors to my knowledge, expressed any objection. We've further been in touch with planning staff, community planning, regarding the application, and their only ask was that the driveway leading up to the garage would be paved in permeable pavers. The client agreed to that, and planning staff recommended that if the proposal would be approved, that would be a condition included in the decision. We very recently received the staff report from Urban Forestry suggesting the refusal of the 2 variances regarding the front yard landscaping and soft landscaping. We tried to reach out to Urban Forestry, but we're not able to get in touch with them, unfortunately. There seems to be some confusion as well. They argue that that refusal would be suggested because it leads to the removal of 1 tree on the property. This tree is located within the as-of-right footprint, which we would be allowed to build even without a committee of adjustment decision, and is not in any way related to these 2 variances. They further argue that the variances would take away viable planting space for a new large tree. It's our opinion that the additional soft landscaping which would be required to satisfy the zoning bylaw would be so minimal, it would be only 1.84 square meters, that it would still not allow a large tree to grow. As you can see on the pictures, there's 1 really large tree on the picture which is up right now to the right. That tree will be removed in 5 days. Urban Forestry already issued that permit, and that tree to the left, that's spruce tree, that's the one they are referring to. It is currently very close already to the existing building and far beyond the front yard, the required front yard setback. Yeah, I think that would be my part to this. I'm happy to answer any further questions if you have any.
Yeah, so what forestry is asking us to refuse are the variances with respect to front and rear landscaping.
It's just front yard landscaping. One variance
just
is for front yard soft. We don't have any rear yard landscaping variance. There's 1 front yard landscaping variance for open landscaping, and then 1 for soft landscaping.
So my question would be, if you remove that tree, would your front yard landscaping variance change?
The tree would be removed with or without these front yard landscaping variances.
Right.
Because it's right in the building.
But I guess the inverse of that question is, if you didn't remove that tree, your front yard landscaping variance would be less.
If we would not remove the tree, we would have to move the building further to the back.
Right.
And either lose building length and would get into a rear yard setback issue.
Right.
There's a plan from our arborist which shows the tree in the footprint, and like we don't have any front yard setback variance, so the building picks up the existing front yard setback of the neighbor and therefore complies with zoning bylaws. So that tree is not related to any variances, that tree removal.
So does your arborist report speak to the health of that tree?
It doesn't, because it's preliminary. Yeah, it doesn't speak to that.
Okay.
It's a tree which is just, in diameter is 31 centimeters, so it's just slightly bigger than the minimum required to be protected. Yeah, we saw that. That's the tree to the left, and if you scroll further back, there's the plan that shows the footprint, which is as of right in terms of the width and the front yard setback. I think it's the very end.
Okay, thank you. Panel,
Yeah.
any questions? Oh, sorry. Sir, you finished?
Yeah, I would be finished. So that's the plan I was referring to. You see that the tree is right in the building footprint. It's not within the front yard. Or the, like,
Okay.
not within the required front yard.
Thank you, sir. Panel, any questions?
Just one, if I may. You've got a front driveway shown on the site plan. Is that going to be with you using permeable pavers?
Yes, that is the condition which planning staff suggested. That's in the planning report, which is in front of you. And they communicated with us, and we happily agreed to that.
Okay, so that could be a condition, I imagine. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any further questions? Gary, you okay?
Okay.
Okay, thanks. All right, let's take it into committee.
Through the chair, we have the speaker in interest.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Thank you very much. I overlooked that. My apologies.
Robin, you've been unmuted.
Yes, my name is Robin Lee, Leigh. I see there's some echo there.
Sorry, Robin, your address?
127 Sears Street. I'm down the street from this large tree.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Okay, basically, I'm shocked to hear that he received a permit from to take the tree down in 5 days. Is that true or not?
We have no way to verify that, but that is what the agent has said.
Okay. Well, my concerns are very, about the greening of a neighborhood. I know you have greening initiatives, but in my neighborhood, which is undergoing a lot of transitions, we're losing all of our major large trees. I've known this tree for 40 years. It's approximately 100 years old. It's very, very healthy tree, surprisingly. And there's a pair of hawks that nest there every year. It would be an absolute shame to lose this tree because all of our there's going to be 6 mature lindens coming down. There's all the trees on Sears Street are coming down. I really beg the city to, have some respect and consider this. If they can just move their front of their building back a bit and leave this tree alone, the neighbors would be much more appreciative of it all. I just would like to know what the city is doing to green my neighborhood now, because nothing is being planted, everything is being cut down.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anyone have any questions, the speaker? Nope. All right, we'll go back to the agent.
Okay, so the issued permit for the tree is actually in the file. To my knowledge, that permit to remove the tree was issued to the previous owner of the property. My client acquired the property roughly 2 years ago. And to my client's knowledge, quite a few neighbors asked that the tree would be removed because it's in bad health and actually is endangering the street and the sidewalk. That's the permit which was issued yet. So the removal is planned in 5 days. So the permit has been issued some longer time ago and then renewed recently by the end of last year.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, let's take this into committee. Panel?
I mean, I'd start by saying I'm very sympathetic to the neighbor when I look at this tree. It's the exact sort of tree that, it looks like a 100-year-old tree. It's the sort of tree that should be preserved, but if healthy. And urban forestry isn't calling for it because the permit to remove it has been granted, so it's not really before us. But I do want to express sympathy to the neighbor and say that if this tree was something affected by the application, that would be very strong reason to me to deny it. But the evidence before us is that that tree's fate is already sealed.
And the other tree?
The other tree, I think the agent makes a good point about it being a tree that can be removed as of right. But I somewhat disagree that that's not something that urban forestry considered, because what urban forestry is saying is, you know, it's the removal of soft landscaping makes it harder to plant another tree as well in the future, and by denying the soft landscaping variance, maybe that affects the viability of the project as designed, which could be a way of saving the tree. That's sort of how I read urban forestry's report. On the other hand, they could come back with an as-of-right application that would remove that tree.
So the plan is to, where that tree is, to have the driveway. So here you confirmed that that will be permeable pavers. What's the site plan in the front say about other trees? Are they planning to plant another tree? Is that one of the conditions?
It seems that they're not.
Why wouldn't we put a condition in that a tree be planted in the front yard?
When I look at the plan, it looks as though as it is, there would be nowhere to put the tree, because there's
on private property,
or on public, because there's pavers and then there's two paths heading towards the sidewalk.
You're right.
That's not to say that we couldn't ask. Maybe we exit the committee and ask if that. How they would feel about that condition, because perhaps the walkways could be reconstituted in a way that would create space.
Yeah, is there room to, there is trees already in the backyard. I am sympathetic to the loss of trees, and it'd be nice if we could, have an additional tree, but it looks like there are two large coniferae in the backyard already. All right, we've exhausted that. It is one of those unusual corner lots that is tight to the street. All right, anyone have any further thoughts?
So just a thought, if we don't apply the refusal, the denial of variance 4 and 5, then conditions 2 and 3 kick in. And I'm just looking at the condition 3, that where there is no existing street tree, owner shall provide payment in lieu. So would that apply in this case? Because
yeah, well, we can impose the condition, let them figure that out later.
it's one of those context is very awkward for any development of that site. So yeah, I agree with you with Ms. Ghosh with regard to the rather magnificent looking tree. Somebody planted it without having the foresight that we all would love to have.
Well, it looks like it's been trimmed back several times, right? So that's probably what's contributed to its.
I wonder, as I look at the plans, and then on Street View, there isn't a driveway existing where they're saying they're proposing a driveway. Do we not have any comment from transportation? I don't see it in the ordinary materials, but maybe in the.
I imagine they would have to get transportation's approval for a curb cut, right?
Yeah.
But that will be a matter of course. They'd have to do it.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody ready for a motion?
I do think otherwise it's a supportable application. It is a good densification site and location, being on a corner lot in a very desirable central neighborhood. It's a bit of an odd design. Front-back duplex I find to be something interesting and supportable. The number of washrooms and where they're located suggests an odd use, but that's not really a consideration for us, as it's not really a zoning issue. So I do think it's a provable given that there is nothing we can really do to save the trees ourselves.
Okay, do you want to make that a motion?
And so, yeah, on that basis, I would move to approve it.
There is forestry 2 and 3.
Is it 2 and 3 that they recommended?
So here was saying
3 and planning condition as well.
And you wanted is the permeable pavers?
Permeable pavers for the driveway.
Yes, I would include all of, yes, so subject to forestry conditions 2 and 3. Just looking at the planning condition.
Construction is substantially in accordance.
Oh, so they said the site plan already includes the permeable pavers, right? So just tie it to the.
It does.
Yeah.
Yes,
show
okay.
permeable pavers.
So just tie it to the
Yeah.
site plan. That will lock in the permeable pavers.
Yeah, so subject to forestry conditions 2 and 3 and to the planning condition.
Okay, motion by Mr. Ghosh with those conditions and a seconder. Mr. Byatt, all in favor? Opposed? Mr. McKay opposes. It carries 3 to 1. Your application is approved. Item number 28.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. I think that brings us to our last item for the 2 p.m. time slot. So anything after this will be at 3:30, but I think what we'll do is break till 3:30 and resume with item number 19.
Right.
The Dunvegan matter, okay.
Yes.
Okay, good plan. All right, we'll be back at 3:30. Thank you.
Thank you. Please turn off your videos and microphones.
14 minutes. Mm-hmm.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe we're just dealing with some IT issues.
Can the people that are listening in on YouTube hear us?
I believe we're rebooting YouTube at this time.
Okay. Good to go? Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and again, thank you for indulging us. We've had some additional technical difficulties, which we have now hopefully resolved. We are returning in the agenda to item number 19, which we stood down from earlier, 253 Dunvegan. I'm not going to read all of it into the record, but I will read the purpose of the application to remind folks what we're dealing with. This is an application to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a covered front porch, an integral garage ramp leading to parking spaces within the basement, a rear yard outdoor room/terrace, a rear 2nd-story balcony, and a west side 3rd-story balcony. Also to construct a front yard water feature, an in-ground rear swimming pool, and a 1-story cabana. Is Mr. Bronskill with us? Oh boy.
David, you've been unmuted.
So, Chair, can you hear me?
I can. Welcome back.
Okay. Sorry, I misinterpreted your oh boy.
For the record, David, name and address again. I know we've got it, but.
Yes, David Bronskill, 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400, Toronto, Ontario, here on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, so we do have some folks here, obviously, who have represented their interest in this application. We understand from your previous discussion that you have or are engaging in discussions with either some or all of the affected homeowners. I'm going to ask you to do an update on those discussions, but also then a quick overview of the application, in whichever order you think makes sense.
Thank you.
I'm going to grant you a little bit of flexibility on the time to accommodate all that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what I should do first is just formally confirm the revised variances for the panel. Thank you to staff. They're showing you the updated presentation materials, and you'll note there's a date of March 5th on those, and there is a site plan that's attached, Mr. Chair, that will also be dated March 5th. That's important in terms of one of the conditions of approval that I'd be seeking. But in terms, if I could first, the variances versus the public notice.
Can we walk through the public notice, David?
I think that's a good idea. Because I have 5 to be eliminated.
Okay,
and 3 to be reduced.
Okay, so let's walk through the public notice and you can let everyone know what the changes are.
And Mr. Chair, in that package with staff, if it's helpful, you will see it annotated on pages 1 and 2 as well. I think there was, is it in that presentation? If it's not, I will just list them. Variance 6.
Okay, so you're going in order. So just be clear, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are unchanged?
Correct.
Okay. All right, number 6?
6 is reduced. The length is now 29.27 meters.
Okay.
7 is reduced. The depth is now 29.09 meters.
Okay.
And I'm going to go slightly out of order. I'm going to do the other one that's...
Through the chair, the presenter's computer is kind of slow and frozen.
Hang on a sec, David. We just want to make sure that the public notice is put up on the screen so that everyone can see what you're speaking to.
No problem.
And we're having, again, some ongoing technical difficulties. Can we just go to the public agenda? A.
Well, so I was just waiting. So there's been a decent reduction in building length and building depth.
And removing the rear yard setback variance is what it looks like based on the plans. Is that correct, Mr. Bronskill?
It is, through you, Mr. Chair. That's variance 9. It is eliminated.
Okay, I'm just going to put a hold on here. I really want to have this agenda up, David, so that you can, here it is. So everyone in the room and everyone watching can see what you're changing is. Okay, so it's just slow as molasses here. Just crank it. This is what happens when we put all our eggs in a technology basket. In the old days, it would have been the overhead projector.
Exactly.
Transparencies.
Soon AI will simply replace all of us in any event.
Not do nearly as good a job, right, Gary?
Exactly.
There we go. Okay, if you can go to number 6. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, David, I'm sorry to make you start again, but could you?
No problem.
Should you begin with the changes to variance number 6?
Yeah, I'm absolutely happy to do that again. So let me just go back to my notice. And so we've got variance 6 reduced to 29.27. A little bit over 5 meters. Variance 7 reduced to 29.09 meters. Again, a little bit over 5 meters. Variance 9 is eliminated. So there's no rear yard setback variance being sought. Variance 10, one of the side yard setback would be increased, so the variance is technically being reduced. That is, it's the west is being changed from 1.4 to 1.8. Technically, I think, sir, that is then compliant. And so it may just be that the resulting variance is the new dwelling will be located 1.46 meters from the side east lot line.
Okay. And we remove the reference to the west side?
Correct, because it would be at 1.8.
Right.
And then variances 11, 12, 13, and 14, which all have to do with the proposed cabana, are eliminated. So the cabana would only proceed as an as-of-right accessory structure.
Okay.
That was 11 to 14?
11 to 13 or 14, David?
11 to 14 inclusive, yes.
Okay.
So that's 5 eliminated, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Okay.
And then 6, 7, and 10 are reduced.
Right. Okay, I think we've got it. That's great. Thank you for that. Now, if I can ask you to kind of circle back and now do your overview of the project, please.
I can do that. And Mr. Chair, I can also confirm for you and for the 2 people in attendance, as well as for Ms. Stewart, who is on the line, there were some revisions that Ms. Stewart made to the written agreement, both at the request of her client and, as I understand it, the 2 residents in the room who would come to speak. Those revisions have been incorporated by Ms. Stewart, accepted by client, and I can advise through you, Mr. Chair, that that agreement has now been signed by my client. And I think that's just important, Mr. Chair, because I know there'd been a request for that confirmation. It has now been signed by my client and will be sent over to Ms. Stewart, so it can then be signed by the neighbors. But my client has signed it in terms of committing to the matters in that agreement.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of then the proposal, sir, I think the modifications which have been arrived at through the settlement discussions have overall improved the project. If you can see the site plan there on the screen, sir, I'm going to deal with urban forestry right at the outset. You can see tree 17 would have been at the northwest corner of the dwelling. If staff, are staff able to bring up the presentation that our Mr. Wengel's office provided? That's an outdated plan on the screen.
It's 19E4 in the late materials, I believe.
It is late, yes. Thank you. It's just a colored plan that helps explain the trees a little bit. We took the urban forestry concern seriously. I'm going to be advocating, Mr. Chair, for condition 2, which is their alternate relief, because you can see that we have at that northwest corner notched the deck area, any underground structure that's there. That's underground structure technically there. All of that coming down from the deck and underground has been notched outside the tree protection zone. So that is tree 17, so that it can be maintained. It had initially been proposed to be eliminated because there was both structure and excavation within that area. Tree 20, which urban forestry raised a concern about, is located right where it says lot 2, between the two cabanas. That tree, again, through the reduction in the size of the cabanas and coming down to an as of right, means that there is very minimal construction. There's a little bit maybe for the deck area in between the structures themselves, but the cabana structures themselves are outside the tree protection zone. So again, tree 20 would be retained. There still should be an urban forestry condition because we may need a permit if they deem there's activity or injury as a result of that activity. So the urban forestry should remain involved, but those trees are proposed to be maintained. And that had been the concern of urban forestry as part of their recommendation for refusal. So I think we've dealt with that concern. If I could ask staff just to go to the next slide. As part of this structure, the color plan, sorry, just one up with staff, thank you. That color plan, I think, helps explain what's going on now with the building. So as I noted to you, there is an elevated rear terrace and basement below at the back that has been notched. There's an outdoor room area, and then there's the main dwelling itself. Because of the excavation below, the length and depth are measured to the northern extent of that light blue area. That is why I would suggest and request a condition that the proposed dwelling and cabana be constructed substantially in accordance with the site plan and elevations prepared by Richard Wengel Architect Inc. dated March 5, 2025.
So, Hort,
and that's to
David, we don't have those, right, before us?
They're in this package.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And as I've said to this committee before, that ensures that anything then above grade isn't then deployed within that length or depth, i.e. what you see is what you get. And so, for example, the house or dwelling itself, the ground floor length for most of it is 20.59 meters. We've shown on this plan the second floor length at 19.24. And then as part of the stepping of the house, the third floor length is 15.86 meters. The ground floor and outdoor room, that portion is 25.31. So it is a little bit longer, but that's the one story sort of outdoor areas as part of the overall structure. As we do in these presentations, Mr. Chair, the next slides show the numbers for you, just so you can understand what's been approved in an area that's had considerable development activity. The proposed FSI is now 0.84. You can see the light blue site in the top left of that slide. And then we have circled in red anything with FSIs at or exceeding the 0.84. There's lots, and I would just say to the committee, from a quantitative perspective, that FSI is well within the range of approvals occurring within the neighborhood. We've done the same thing on the next slide in terms of length and depth variances, and some of these I've spoken to you about previously on files. This deals with length, the 29.27. We've circled anything in red that has occurred that is greater than that. There are some that are less, and I would just say again from just a mathematical perspective, and I know that's only part of the deliberation, but from a mathematical perspective, the length falls in the range of approvals in the area. I'm just going to flag two variances for you on the next two slides, just so that I can have addressed with them for you up front. One is the wall height of variance. You can see there, it has to actually do with the dormers on the side. So you can see on the far left-hand side in the red box, we have flagged wall height 11.59. And I'll show it to you again on the elevations. The actual height of the roof of this dwelling is as of right, and is actually slightly taller. But it's the dormers on the side and the widths of those dormers that's triggering the wall height variance. And you'll see that on the next sorry, pause. I'm just going to go to the next slide because I'm just going to show you one thing on that slide, and I'll come back to the wall height. It's the rear platform at 1.77. This is a site with a lot of grade differential, both from south to north and from west to east. And the 1.77 is only on the one side there, as you can see on the left-hand side, as the grade falls from the west to the east side at the rear. So that's where the 1.77 for that rear platform is picked up. And then on the next elevation, you can see again, we've flagged the wall height on the far left. This relates to a side elevation where you can see the dormers I was talking about on the side elevation that are triggering that wall height variance. So it's not all of the wall, it's that width of the dormers there. That's what's triggering the wall height variance, just to flag that for you. And then the last two slides, Mr. Chair, there's a front elevation and there's a rear elevation. And the one thing that I'll just flag for you on the rear elevation, Mr. Chair, this is for you because we have listened in previous presentations. You can see on the left or east side, it is enclosed, that structure there. But on the west side, you can see it is open. So in terms of those two elevations, this outdoor room, how it's intended to function, there's screening on the east side there with the wall. But on the west side, it is open on that west side for both air, view, and less massing. But I just wanted to flag that for you because I know that is sometimes a question. So that's the proposal, Mr. Chair. I think now at least three of the speakers who were here before, I think are now at least not objecting. We've got the urban forestry condition, I think Mr. Chair dealt with and should be conditioned. I've got a proposed condition related to the dwelling and cabana that I think should be imposed. And Mr. Chair, planning staff have raised no concerns with the proposal as well. So that's a bit of an overview. I'll let everyone else obviously speak for themselves, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. If anyone doesn't, unless you have something burning, I'd like to get to the other speakers before we get back to Mr. Bronskill. Okay. All right, we have some folks in the room. You can choose to speak if you want, if you don't have to, but you're entitled to 5 minutes if you choose to. So I don't know, I know there's some folks here who are involved in this thing, so if you wish to speak, come on up. If you don't, that's fine as well. You guys are okay? We're good. Anyone else in the room? We're going to pretend we're in the Loire Valley. Anyone else in the room speak on this item? Okay, no one is going to speak. Is there anyone online to speak to this item?
Amber, you've been unmuted.
Chair. Yes, thank you. Good morning. Afternoon now. Wow. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. It is Amber Stewart again.
Hello there. I take it you guys have come to an agreement. Did you want to share your perspective on that?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. And should I give, I can't remember if I did it earlier, to be honest. Should I give my address for the record?
You did earlier, but you can choose to if you like.
Oh, I don't need to then. So, Mr. Chair, I can advise you that I am formally representing Mr. Peter Daniels. Mr. Daniels, I'm confused right now because of all of this last minute drafting. But Mr. Daniels is the owner of 270 Forest Hill Road, which is located just to the north and east. It's sort of kitty corner to the subject property at the rear. So although I've been formally representing Mr. Daniels, I have also had or been involved with discussions with Ms. Marcus, who is at 272 Forest Hill Road, and Dr. Larry Chad, who is at 255 Dunvegan, which is immediately to the west. So I can advise you, sir, that we were able to work out and finalize terms of minutes of settlement that satisfy my clients and those two other individuals' concerns with the application, which is much appreciated to everybody for working at this extreme pace to get this done. What I will say, I don't think it's necessary for me to go through the individual terms of the minutes. I understand that is a private contractual agreement. What I would indicate to you is the most important thing for the committee's purposes is that there are a list of agreed conditions that have been documented. I did email those to Ms. Salatino not too long ago, so I don't know if it's possible for her to put them on the screen at this point, but if not, I can read them to you, but she certainly has them now.
For you, Mr. Chair, I think it would be best if they were stated on public record, just because we're not accepting late submissions.
So Amber, if you want to take us through them?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. So, and just so that you know, and I'm sure Mr. Bronskill will confirm this, his client has consented to the imposition of these conditions, and we are in agreement that they are appropriate, reasonable, and will mitigate the impact of the variances. So the first condition is a construction substantially in accordance, which Mr. Bronskill has already referred to you, and it refers to the site plan and the elevations prepared by Richard Wengel, architect, dated March 5th, 2025. We have added a sentence to that condition that says, this condition shall not prevent the owner from adding a pool as of right in the rear yard. I think it's clear that that's included to ensure that the owner is free to apply for that in the future if needed or wanted. The second condition relates to the cabana. And if you could zoom on that revised site plan that was submitted, I think it will become clear what we're speaking about. Which is, you'll see on that site, yeah, you had it up on the screen. The site plan had dimensions, rear dimensions, and east and west side yard setback dimensions that are shown on the plan. That is the old site plan, so we should be looking at the new site plan.
Is this the supplementary?
In the late.
Yeah, that was the one that you had up there. That's right. So clearly it is very critical to ensure that the plans that are referenced and attached are the most recent plans that have been submitted. So yes, you will see that the cabana structure has now increased in terms of setbacks. You'll see that on the east side, there's a 2-meter setback, and it widens to 2.47 meters on the west side at the rear. And then on the east and west side yard setbacks, it shows a 1.8 meter side yard setback. So we have added a condition to secure these setbacks as shown on that approved site plan. And that condition said the proposed ancillary structures, and then in parentheses, cabana, shall have a minimum rear yard setback of 2 meters, widening to 2.47 meters, and minimum east and west side yard setbacks of 1.8 meters as shown on the approved site plan. So that is to ensure that what is shown on the plans is tied accordingly. And then the third condition, which gets a little bit wordy, but I will tell you it was extremely important to all three of the neighbors who have signed these minutes of settlement. The condition is intended to secure the installation of a new privacy hedge along the west side lot line, the north side lot line, and the east side lot line where it is adjacent to the cabana. So it's just for a stretch of the east lot line. And it is, as Mr. Bronskill has already indicated to you, shown on the plans, but I'll read this to you, and then if there's any questions, I'm happy to address them. A new privacy hedge shall be densely planted with climate-appropriate columnar evergreen species. Privacy hedge. That's a definition. The privacy hedge shall extend along the west lot line from the southerly edge of the rear open structure, as shown on the west elevation, to the northwest corner of the lot, along the entirety of the north lot line, and along the east lot line from the northeast corner of the lot to the southerly limit of the cabana. The privacy hedge shall be installed on the west lot line so that its height at planting has a minimum elevation of 177.26 meters, and then in parentheses, at least the height of the rear open structure as shown on the west elevation. On the north and east lot lines, the privacy hedge shall have a minimum height of 4.8 meters above grade when planted. So the intent of that is to secure the location of the hedge, a general description of what it will look like, which is columnar evergreen species that can survive in that climate, and the minimum height, which is intended to, as agreed, reach the height of that rear open covered terrace at the back, the ground floor terrace at the back, and then on the north and east lot lines at least 4.8 meters. So I do appreciate that it's wordy, but it was extremely important. And as I said, I believe it is submitted on consent. So with the imposition of those conditions, in addition to any other conditions that have been mentioned and required by staff, my client and the additional neighbors are not objecting to this application.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we don't have the conditions in front of us. It would be inappropriate for us to admit material while a hearing is underway in accordance with our rules. And also, the committee is not bound to impose any conditions that are agreed privately between private parties or to enforce any sort of private agreement. So when we deliberate, we will take your considerations, your proposed conditions into consideration, but we might not impose them exactly as is. And in fact, a comment that I would make if I were to move a motion is some of these are maybe too wordy and too specific for a city department to necessarily enforce. So, the corollary condition that we might consider might be something more along the lines of just stipulating that a privacy hedge shall be planted along the west lot line, north lot line, and beside the cabana without specifying, types of plants and heights and all of that sort of thing. And a similar idea with some of the other conditions. And so, recognizing that as the committee deliberates, we might not impose conditions that are identical to what's in your agreement. Does that change your position, or are you content to let us deliberate just with the knowledge of those conditions, understanding that we're not bound to impose them?
Well, I certainly thank you for that question, and through you, Mr. Chair, I certainly appreciate that the committee is not bound to impose conditions as a matter of private agreement. I think in this case, the specificity with respect to location and height was particularly important to Dr. Chad, Ms. Marcus, and Mr. Daniels. However, what I will say is that having a condition to have, at minimum, a condition that is consistent with what you've just described would be better than no condition at all, that's for certain, because it ensures that there will be some privacy plantings. I do think they are reasonable, though, and they do mitigate the impacts of the variances. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much.
Ms. Stewart, so just so I understand, Phil's right. If this is in a private agreement, that should suffice. But you referenced the site plan, and the site plan speaks to privacy hedging around the entire perimeter, and it does, this new one has the appropriate setbacks that you're looking for. Does it not?
It does, the setbacks. However, you're talking about the setbacks to the cabana, Mr. Chair?
Right, yes.
So there's a couple of, yes, it does. However, I'll say a couple of things. One, at least in my experience, zoning examiners, when they are comparing site plans, are not going to consider themselves tied to landscaping elements on a site plan unless it is specifically mentioned and described in a condition of approval. So that's why I think it's very important to at least have a condition that specifies the planting of a privacy hedge. The second thing I'll say is that we didn't have time to get the site plan updated to extend the hedge along the east lot line beside the cabana. So that language would be very important to ensure that the hedge is planted in that location as well. And then the third thing I will say is that with respect to the cabana as it has shown, the owner has agreed to abide by these setbacks as they are depicted on the plan as part of the amendment to this application. As you may be aware, the original cabana where it was shown was very problematic. However, what I will say is that the bylaw allows some flexibility if the cabana is reduced in height. It can move closer to the rear lot line. So in other words, whereas it's a 2 to 2.47 meter setback currently shown, if the cabana is built at only 3 meters, that setback could be reduced to 1.5 meters. So that's why having that condition to make it totally clear that those setbacks must be the minimum that is shown on the site plan is important. And it's not only important for ensuring that what is being presented before you today is actually what is constructed in terms of those setbacks, it's also important to ensure there's enough room to allow that hedge to be planted on the site. And this was all fundamental to the discussions of settlement.
Right. No,
So
I
that's
totally,
why
I get that. I'm trying not to be superfluous with words if, you know, site plan can suffice. So before we, thank you, Ms. Stewart. Any more questions of Ms. Stewart? Before I go back to Mr. Bronskill, Sabrina, I'll look for your advice on all this, if you would, please. Tying it to the site plan and elevations, March 5th, I get. I suppose we can do something on the setbacks, but again, the setbacks are reflected in the site plan, so I'm not sure that's an issue. And maybe Phil's suggestion on, you know, just a general statement with respect to privacy hedging around the perimeter. What's your advice?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do concur with what you have suggested about tying to site plan and elevation plans. In the condition, we can word it based on location of buildings and structures on the site, as well as the landscape works. So we can include that terminology as part of the condition. And then again, with the hedging, I do concur with Mr. Ghosh's position about keeping it in simple terms, only because no one is going out to this site constantly measuring, right? Unless a call is put into 311. So my concern is who's policing the maintenance of the landscape works.
Right. The only thing I thought I heard Ms. Stewart say is the site plan currently doesn't have hedging around the entire rear yard on the site plan. I think that was part of the agreement. So we might want to stipulate that as part of the condition so that the hedging continues around the entirety of the backyard.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, I'm looking at the site plan right now, and it says high privacy hedge, and it's going right to the rear.
Yeah, but not on the other side. You see it on the right-hand side?
Oh, okay, yes, yes.
So I think
okay.
that's
So
what the agreement was, to have hedging on that side as well.
Okay, so then we can put that in simple words as a condition.
Right.
And we're not going to be including this condition shall not prevent the owner from adding a pool as a right in the rear yard.
Right.
Right?
Agreed. Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll probably come back to you, Sabrina, after we're concluded so that we recap all the conditions that we are considering. But I do want to get back to Mr. Bronskill.
Through the chair, we have one more speaker.
Oh, beg your
online.
pardon. Thank you. Who do we have? Hello, good afternoon. Who is it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, do we have Naomi and Leslie? I had them listed as registered
Ms.
speakers.
Himmel, we're trying to reach her.
She said she's muted.
I think we've unmuted her, have we?
Through the chair, I'm going to try calling Naomi. I just can't unmute her for some reason.
Sabrina, you mentioned another person as well?
I believe there was someone there in person this morning. The owner of 272 Forest Hill Road, is that Leslie Marquez?
Yes, and I asked, and she has indicated she doesn't need to speak today.
Okay, I just wanted to double check that. Thank you.
Yep. This feels like an OLT hearing.
Through the chair, I'm just calling Naomi Himmel right now.
Okay.
Naomi, you've been unmuted.
Hello, is Naomi there? Nope.
Does that gentleman what's his questions?
Hello?
Naomi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
There you go. Hi, sorry for overlooking you. I'd forgotten that you were waiting to speak. Just for the record, your name and address, please, again, ma'am.
Naomi Himmel,
An address, ma'am?
259 Dunvegan Road.
Okay. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. I believe I sent that letter. Do you have the letter there with my objections?
If it was submitted, yeah, can we call up Ms. Himmel's letter? Hang on a sec.
I have it as 19H3A.
Yep,
the late
there it is.
materials.
19H3A. It's the last entry for item 19 in the supplementaries. In the supplementaries. Yep. There it is. There's your letter.
Okay. If somebody could read that for me, that would be amazing.
I'm sorry, you want someone to read your letter out for you?
Right.
Okay. I can.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. The members have reviewed this letter, and it's up to Dr. Himmel to talk about the concerns that she has with this application.
then here are
She
my
does have
concerns.
5 minutes
Okay.
to do so. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you for the
Okay.
clarification. That's helpful. All right.
Okay, so everybody's read the letters, I'm assuming so, correct?
Yes, the committee has received and has read your correspondence, yes.
Okay, so basically, I'm objecting to the huge variances and the impact of beauty on our street and how it destroys the privacy and the enjoyment of my home, which I've resided in for 24 years. I find these variances extreme. I find the heights of the house itself towering above its neighbors, and I have difficulty in understanding why anyone would want the street to look so disjointed, as well as the impact on the green space in the front and backyard, with a huge increase in depth and width of the house.
Okay.
And the cabanas in the back are gigantic. And that impacts on the greenery in the backyard, as well as the green space.
Okay.
I have
So just a question, ma'am. I do note you're a couple houses down from the proposed site. Can you tell us?
Absolutely.
Can you tell us what the impact of this development would have on your property?
Well, considering many properties on the street are being redeveloped, I'm highly concerned that this will set a precedent. It will become a precedent. And that would be a real shame.
Okay, so, but in terms of
Because as you allow, as a committee, more and more houses to become bigger and bigger and wider and higher, it changes our entire neighborhood. Particularly, it sets a precedent, and that precedent doesn't mean it's a good one. Why do we need, at this time, when we're all supposed to be conserving and being more aware of our environment and everything around us, that we're increasing the size of houses needlessly, and the height particularly?
Ma'am, I don't mean to interrupt
As
you.
well as
I don't
the
mean to
shadows
interrupt
it
you, ma'am.
casts.
I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I'm just trying to get, for the panel's information, from your perspective, what is the, I mean, I get the fact it's changing the streetscape and the neighborhood character, but what's the impact? Is there an impact on you?
It's a precedent in the area.
Okay.
We've got it's huge. We've got 3 or 4 or 5 houses going up, and every house is getting approved without any consideration to the neighbors, and they get bigger and bigger and bigger, and they cite the house next door that it was a great idea, and that wasn't a great idea. The person beside the house down the street from me is really upset that she approved it because it was her relative or whatever. And people are not happy. The neighbors are not happy.
Okay.
And we've been residents and on the street for years, and we don't appreciate council's approval of all these precedent houses that are going up that are humongous. And the lack of green space, both in front and in back of the house.
So,
okay, ma'am, thank you. We have a question.
Yeah, so one of the things you mentioned near the start of your presentation or your submissions, and you sort of mentioned it again as the green space, and then also you said the cabanas plural. I know it can be hard for the uninitiated in planning, if that includes you, to follow along at these hearings, but the cabanas are now reduced to 1 cabana, and significant additional landscaping would be introduced in the backyard beyond what was in the initial application. Does that change your view at all?
No, the height.
No, it's the height of the house as well, the height of the cabanas, and it changes the precedent entirely of the entire neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. We're going to invite the agent back to speak now. Mr. Bronskill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I want to do 2 things. One's just confirm what we heard from Ms. Stewart in terms of the arrangement that you've agreed to as it relates to the variances and what's before us. And also, you could just take a moment to respond to what we just heard from one of the neighbors.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, why don't I start there? It sounds, and I apologize for this, maybe I haven't been clear in my presentation. It sounds like Dr. Himmel may not be aware of the revisions to the application. So the cabanas as of right, as I noted to you earlier, there was a concern about the height. It's an as of right height. So there have been some concern about it being wider. There's only the 1 side yard setback. And I was just looking, in terms of her concern about green space, sir, just looking on Google Earth at 259 Dunvegan. I think that's the house 3 over that has the circular driveway as well as the paved side yard setback to a garage before you get to the pool and before you get to her tennis court. So I actually think we're probably doing a better job now with this revised proposal in terms of green space, and I hope she'll look at those plans to understand the approach that we're taking with this plan in terms of trying to maximize that green space. There's no green space variances. The trees are now going to be maintained, and we don't have a rear tennis court in our yard or play court. I'm not quite sure what that is on the aerial. I would just say then, sir, in terms of the Stewart's submissions to you, sir, I know it's a bit unorthodox when we're here and you don't have all of the conditions filed with you in advance. I would say, sir, that I'm going to just speak to the 2 conditions because I think the proposed dwelling and cabana being constructed substantially in accordance with the site plan and elevations dated March 5th, 2025 is not of concern. I think, sir, the condition that Ms. Stewart asked about having the ancillary structures with a minimum rear yard of 2 meters widening to 2.47, and minimum east and west side yard setbacks of 1.8 meters. I know that's a bit belt and suspenders when you're already tying us to plans, but the condition is constructed substantially in accordance. And I think what Ms. Stewart and her client and the neighbors are getting at is they really want that staggered 2 to 2.47 meter widening. They really do want the cabanas at 1.8. They don't want them to move from where they are. So I understand it's belt and suspenders, but rather than relying on the buildings department to say, well, it's gone from 2.47 to 2.3, and maybe that's substantial in accordance. I think they want them where they're being shown, and I understand that, and I'm supportive of that. The hedge, the only change on the plans, sir, would be the hedge on the east side is just intended to come and wrap the cabana to the southerly limit of the cabana. That's the only piece that isn't shown on the plan. If the committee, I still think it might be helpful if the committee didn't see fit to have the details that Ms. Stewart was proposing to you, which I'm in support of. The alternative of at least having a condition that a privacy hedge along the west property line, north property line, and east property line adjacent to the cabana would still ensure that the private term is in the public realm. And so in order to get the building permit, we're going to have to show how that hedge is being planted. And I do think that is something with those types of terms would give sufficient flexibility for the buildings department to be able to clear that condition. I understand the hesitation perhaps about the level of detail we were proposing, but I think something to ensure the hedge is planted would give comfort to the neighbors and is a reasonable condition under 45.9. So those are my thoughts, sir.
So just to be clear, on the east side, the hedging would extend from the rear lot line how much? Like, where's the point of terminus?
The southerly, sorry, sir, to interrupt, the southerly limit of the cabana.
Okay. I don't see anyone
and
in
then
the
obviously,
crowd.
sir, the forestry condition too should be added as well.
Right.
And that note about the adjacent to the cabana on the east lot line, that's what I'd noted before from the other agent as well.
Okay, as long as everyone's happy with that, right? Okay, any questions, panel of the agent? This has been a fulsome discussion, not always the most straightforward in the world, but anyone has any questions or seek clarity? Zahir.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Brodsky, I know you've made some amendments to your application, but if I look at the side elevation, I take it the basement level still remains basically the same, extending beyond the house above all the way to the pool. Is that correct? That stands.
The pool is now shown as removed. In the late March 5 plans, there is a west elevation, so I just want to make sure we're looking at the same thing.
And I suppose this is where we're a slight disadvantage because
I do have those the older plans I have as well in front of me.
Bear with me a second. I'm just going to go to the plan that I'm looking at. This is revised plan.
If I may, Mr. Byett, I don't believe those are the plans that we're working with anymore. I believe it's a yet later version.
Yeah, I think we don't have them.
So, okay, just in general, does that basement still extend beyond the house?
It does extend beyond the house.
But not quite, because the pool is now gone, so it's not quite as far, but certainly beyond the patio at the rear.
Yes, and Mr. Byett, through you, Mr. Chair, in this, thank you for staff for finding this. If page 11 has the west elevation, and it will show you on that west elevation the finished basement floor underneath both the open room and that extended rear terrace. It is not as much as it used to be. Quite frankly, before it had been more extensive. That's why there'd been a proposed rear yard setback variance as well, and it had been for, frankly, 7 parking spaces. That's been scaled back for garage beneath the parking solution that's only 3 spaces, but you can see it there on that elevation where it sits under a portion of that terrace as well as the outdoor room. So not as far as before, but still under that terrace, just so I don't mislead you.
Yeah, thank you for that, because my big concern is the fact that you've got this, previously this extensive excavation way beyond the main house structure itself, which I think ecologically is somewhat contentious. So,
through you, Mr. Chair, and again, sorry to interrupt. Sorry.
No problem.
Through you, you are correct. That excavation with the pool on that previous plan would have gone beyond the rear yard setback limit, would have impacted not only tree 17, but also tree 20. And by scaling it back and as well as adjusting the cabanas, tree 20's been maintained, but it did extend much more beyond that rear lot line. And so that's been a significant scaling back, because we were at 7.88 before from the rear lot line to the extent of that excavation. And so I understand your concern when looking at that plan compared to what we have before you now.
Thank you, Mr. Bronskill.
David, so just, you're not doing the pool. What's going to be there in place of the pool? Is it soft landscaping?
Yeah, I would say, Mr. Chair, the final design of that landscaping has not been determined. I don't want to, again, mislead the committee. They're looking at what to put in that area. It might be a smaller pool, but it's currently intended to be soft landscaping. As you know, a pool, if it does go in there eventually, counts as soft landscaping, but we do have a tree problem there that we would have to work out with urban forestry.
Right.
So we've got some pretty detailed design that we would have to do if that's ultimately the desire to have in that area. So for now, it'll be some type of landscaping. Just the landscaping plan hasn't been done.
Right, and you're not seeking a rear yard landscaping variance regardless, right?
No, we are not. Thank you.
Okay. All right, panel, any further questions of Mr. Bronskill? Okay, hearing none. Let's go into committee. But before we hear that, Sabrina, can I ask you to, I'm sure you've captured everything, but would you be able to kind of recap what I think the panel has heard in terms of the proposed conditions?
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask the presenter to present on the screen the 2 conditions related to tying to the new dwelling at the cabana, as well as the privacy hedge. So the first condition would read: the new dwelling and cabana, particularly the location of the buildings and structures as well as the landscape works. And we could probably leave out the landscape works if they're making further changes to the landscaping, and we have condition number 2 related to the hedge. Must be constructed substantially in accordance with the site plan and elevations prepared by Richard Ruengel Architect Inc., dated March 5th, 2025. And then condition number 2 would just refer to a new privacy hedge. Must be planted along the west lot line from the southerly edge of the rear open structure, as shown on the west elevation, to the northwest corner of the lot, along the entirety of the north lot line, and along the east lot line from the northeast corner of the lot to the southerly limit of the cabana. And we will reference the revised plans and the drawing numbers so that there's no issues with Toronto buildings.
Okay.
So these would be the 2 conditions, and then additional conditions for urban forestry and whatever else the members feel is suffice.
Right, and what is the default condition for forestry? Which number is it? Is it 2?
Or privately owned tree?
Yes, so it would be condition number 2.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
As amended.
As amended, as substantially amended. Thank you. All right, panel. So I think we have some clarity in terms of what the proposal is. Does anyone have any comments?
I'll make a brief comment, which is I'm not surprised at the opposition of the neighborhood to the plans as they were originally conceived. I had some very significant concerns, particularly about the matters that Mr. Byatt was speaking about as well, about the depth depth within the zoning meaning, but a length and depth of the underground portion of the building, and how it was creating a condition where they were able to say that they were meeting a soft landscaping 50% condition for the backyard, but they were meeting it by saying that the vast majority of the rear yard was not yard because it was incorporated into the terrace, which I found to be a very problematic type of design. That remains a situation here as we look at this. The area that's below the outdoor rooms and the additional terrace beyond that, which is above a shrunken but still substantial below ground garage, is not considered rear yard for the 50% rear yard landscaping, which could be contributing to the fact that they're escaping that sort of a variance. On the other hand, if you look at the revised plans, I think it's, the late revised plans, the ones that were put up in front of us, I think it's clear that it is more than 50%. But I found that problematic. I think it's been largely addressed in this settlement. So I do think as revised, this is probably a supportable application, but even as revised, I would say it's pushing the limits. And especially, forestry's concern was not only about losing the trees, but about losing the potential planting space. And I remember one of our former members once gave me a bit of a talking to Aaron Chang about how it's not just the square footage that you need to think of in terms of drainage, but the cubic footage of the soil beneath, which I think is being incorporated into some of the new iceberg home guidance at council. So I would say I think as revised, it's just barely supportable. It's just on because the other variances, the variances other than the length and depth and the things having to do with the what's happening below grade, I think are reasonable in the context of this neighborhood and the types of homes we see in this neighborhood. It really is only those below grade things that I think were beyond skirting the line and now are maybe just inside it.
Okay, thank you. Zahir?
Thank you, Chair. If I can just add my comments as well, which will inform my decision. I've always found the subterranean aspect very problematic. I know that this neighborhood and other neighborhoods like it have huge properties and so on. However, we all have a responsibility when it comes to ecology, and Dr. Himmel kind of suggested something along those lines, talked about it. But often people talk about what they can see, and rather what they don't see, they don't talk about because they don't see it. I've always found these basements that extend way beyond the structure itself, the surface structure, to be very problematic. And while this application has been modified, as Mr. Ghosh mentioned, I still find it problematic. I think it was just last month we had an application similar to this, where there was a basement extending way, almost right to the rear lot line. I find these problematic. So I still can't bring myself to support this type of structure that's below grade that I can't see.
Okay, thank you. I look at these things a little bit, differently, but in context, right? I don't think every application that has this kind of basement structure is the same. So I think we have to look at these applications in context. And this is, as Phil points out, I think this is one where significant movement has been made to reduce the impact of the rear backyard construction activity. The agreement with the adjacent neighbors appears to satisfy some of the outstanding concerns. I will say to the agent and the architect and the client that this was deferred several months ago, and as we understand, discussions only really started a very short period of time ago. And I think that's a little bit unfortunate. I understand the dynamic around that. Sometimes urgency is what generates an agreement. But I think these discussions could have maybe been initiated months ago, leading to an outcome probably not unlike what we have today. But it is, notwithstanding Dr. Himmel's concerns, and legitimate concerns about streetscape and the character of the community and the neighborhood, but she's 3 or 4 houses down, and frankly, I don't think there is a direct impact on their property. I think those who have a direct impact appear to have come to a resolution of those outstanding issues, and I think that's frankly a good thing. So as a consequence, there isn't a rear yard landscaping variance, and Zahir, to your point about subterranean structures, if there was, I think that would be problematic. In this instance, there isn't, so I'm not as fussed about that. The design, the Wengel design, is a fairly common architectural treatment that is quite common, frankly, in this neighborhood. So in terms of look and feel and size, quite frankly, with large lots, it is, I don't think, inconsistent with what we're seeing elsewhere in this particular neighborhood. So for all those reasons, I see it now as being a supportable application. So, does anyone want to try a motion?
Sure, yeah, I wasn't sure if Gary had comments or not.
I was just, I'll just say, no, I'm in favor of the application. I mean, we started with 14 variances, and it was great that it got deferred, and that we had so much, dialogue. A lawyer brought on for one or more of the neighbors, so it's come together rather quickly. But I think there've been major changes in proposed length and depth, so I'm very supportive of it. But I'm not sure I've got a grasp on all the conditions, Phil. So you go ahead on those.
Yeah, don't worry. I think Sabrina's got them.
So I'll bring the motion then to approve the application as amended, subject to forestry condition number 2, and subject to the condition that a privacy hedge be planted along the west, north, and part of the east lot lines, that condition to be as proposed by the Secretary Treasurer, and that the application be tied to the site plan and elevations prepared by Richard Wengel dated March 5th, including specifically the placement of the structures. Again, that condition to be worded as proposed by the Secretary Treasurer.
Okay, I think that works. Do I have a seconder? Gary? All in favor? Opposed? Mr. Byatt dissents. That motion carries 3-1. The amended application is approved. Thank you all. Okay. All right, what number did where were we?
28.
We're back on track.
Yes, 3,
28?
Mr. Chair. We're back to 28.
Thank
28,
you.
yeah. The last tranche, the last segment. Yep. All right. In my notes.
All right. right, hang on a second. I have to change my sheet here. Does anyone need a break? You all okay? I'm going to assume that's a yes. We're all okay. Gary, you can take a break whenever you want.
Thank you. Thanks. I've been working with the two laptops. It's made it a little more difficult. Anyway, I'm ready to go. I'm 25.
Okay.
28.
And you have your
28.
tech support there, Gary?
Yes, I do. Got my notes. Got my tech support. That's right.
All right, let's go. Item number 28 is 25 Austin Crescent. This is an application to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear third-story addition to which is a dormer, a new front porch with stairs, a rear deck with stairs, and to convert the attic and existing front integral garage into habitable space. Also to install a front yard parking pad abutting Austin Crescent. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received February 20th. Revised zoning notice received February the 6th. A red line public notice received February the 6th, and 3 photographs of trees on the subject property. We have a petition in support signed by 5 properties, 23, 24, 26, and 27 Austin Crescent.
Through the chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. If you can give us your name and address, please, sir.
Yes, it's Bart Soki. My address is 257 Margaretta Street, and I'm the architect and agent for the applicant.
And there is Mr. Kwan is in support. Is he online?
Through the chair, we confirm that she's just observing.
Oh, miss, I'm sorry, pardon me. All right. Sir, you've made some changes, have you? Have you got a revised zoning or revised zoning notice? Have you made any changes to the public notice of the variances?
We did. The conversion of the garage to living space was removed from the application.
Which one is that? Okay, that's not before us. That's already been removed, or has it?
It has been removed.
Okay. All right. So what we have before us, variances 1 to 8, are all correct?
7 and 8 would also be deleted because they relate to variance 3. Or they relate to the conversion of the parking space to living space.
Right. And variance 3, so that stays, or does that go?
Variance 3 goes as well.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the purpose of application is going to be amended to remove that the front integral garage will be converted into habitable space, and they are no longer seeking the front yard parking pad.
Right.
So that's the amendment to the purpose. Variance number 2 gets amended to read 0.93 times the area of the lot, which equates to 251.8 square meters. And it appears that variance 3, 7, and 8 will be removed. And if the applicant can just confirm those changes, then it would be amended that way.
I can confirm that those are correct.
Perfect. Okay. So with that, panel, do you need any further presentation on this one? All right, sir. I think that's now clear to us. We don't need a presentation. We're going to take it into committee for decision. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us before we do that?
No, nothing's necessary.
Okay. All right, we're in committee. Phil?
I'll take it. I think this is actually quite a good application, especially as amended. It's very respectful to the design of the house, just a few variances are required to essentially make the third story usable with not much change and therefore effect on the neighborhood to the external envelope aside from a dormer. So I think it's minor and desirable and approvable, and I would just turn it into a motion to approve, and I don't see any conditions.
The amended application.
As amended.
Okay. All right, motion to approve by Mr. Ghosh, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Item number 29 is 66 St. Clarens. This is an application to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete third-story addition with a front deck. It's also to construct rear 1- and 3-story additions with ground-level deck and stairs. Committee has before it a copy of the plan and survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of trees on the subject property, covering letter from the agent, an advisory report from Metrolinx. We have correspondence and support from 52A, 64, 81, 68 St. Clarens, 41 Shirley, 27 Northern Place, and 70 St. Clarens. Do we have the agent?
Through the chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Great. Good afternoon, Ms. Measure.
Yes, hello. I'm Deborah Mesher, and my address is 198 Melita Avenue, Toronto.
Okay, panel, does anyone need a presentation? I don't see anything. Gary, you okay? You're okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, we don't really need a presentation today. We understand your application. We have read the material. We may have some questions, but is there anything you'd like to share with us before we do that?
No, I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Panel, any questions? Doesn't look like we have any questions. All right. Then we'll take this into committee. Is it here?
Thank you, Chair. I'll take this one on. I think it's a very straightforward application. When I reviewed all the information at hand, I didn't find any issues at all. So, and I don't believe there are any, no, there aren't any.
No conditions.
No conditions at all. So I'd like to move a motion to approve with no conditions.
Okay, motion by Mr. Byatt to approve this application, seconded by Mr. McKay. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Item number 30 is 65 GALT Ave. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear third-story addition with a rear balcony and a rear ground floor deck with stairs. Committee has before it a copy plan, a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevation, 6 photographs of the subject property, and that is it.
Through the chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Ozran Stambuk. I'm located at 15 Moreland Road.
Okay, hang on a sec, sir. Again, panel, anyone need a presentation on this one? Gary, you okay?
Yeah, the variance as to roof eaves takes it down to 0. I always have difficulty with those, but otherwise it's a, I think a very supportable, very small application.
Okay, then we don't need a presentation. Does anyone have any questions here?
Just a quick question. The balcony that you're proposing on the 3rd floor, the rear balcony, I note it's just 2.76, I think 76 or 78 meters in depth. So I don't think it really needs a privacy screen. It's not a space that people are going to hang out at. Any thoughts on that one, or you? does it make sense?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that makes sense because that balcony is there purely for egress purposes from the third floor, which is a requirement for emergency access. So that's why we made it small like that, and there's no plans to change it.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, you good?
Yep.
Gary, did you want to ask about the eaves, or are you okay?
I'm okay.
Okay. All right, we'll take this into committee. Gary, do you want to move a motion on this one?
Yes, Chair, thanks. Yes, I agree that it's a reasonable and supportable application, and it was helpful to get that information on the balcony. So I'm going to move approval of the application without condition.
Okay, motion by Mr. McKay to approve, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Okay. Our next item, we're going through a little run of very quick ones. 31 is 564 Glebeholme Boulevard. This is an application to alter the existing 1.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition with a ground floor deck and stairs. Committee has before it copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, and a tree inventory plan.
Through the chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm the agent, Kieran Randall, from 91 Gita Road.
Sorry, sir, we're having a, sorry, sir, don't mean to interrupt, but, excuse me, sir. Don't mean to,
Are you getting echo?
Getting echo, sir, we're having some difficulty hearing you. If you have 2 devices on, could you turn one of them off, please?
I will try to sort this out. Just give me 1 second. Is that better?
That is better, thank you.
Okay, apologies.
If you could give us again your name and address, please, sir?
Absolutely. My name is Kieran Randall. I'm architect and representing the owners, Aaron and Caitlin. My address is 1091 Dieter Road, Mississauga.
Thank you, sir. Hang on a second. Panel, does anyone need a presentation? I think for me, it's just I want to follow up on the landscaping. Sir, we don't need a presentation today. We've read your application. We're familiar with the material. We may have some questions, but is there anything you'd like to share with us before we do that?
I will talk to the landscaping, knowing that that is your concern.
Yes, why don't you?
Absolutely. So the 50% that's required of rear soft landscaping is we're not complying if just now because we have constraints due to the existing garage and the right-of-way and the space between the garage and the right-of-way, plus the proposed deck. My understanding is the bylaw speaks to rear soft landscaping in view of allowing drainage area in the soft landscaped area. The deck we are proposing does not have a structure underneath it. We will allow for drainage to water to percolate straight down below the deck surface. It's going to be a wood structure and the area below it is going to be absorbing. So adding that proposed deck area to the proposed soft landscaping, we actually do surpass the 50%. So my rationale is the intent of the bylaw respecting the drainage area is actually met and therefore could be allowed.
Okay. Thank you. Zahir, does that answer your question?
To some degree. I was just wondering if the proposed deck, if you reduced it just marginally, could you possibly bring that number up to about 45%?
So we need 10 square meters to get to the 50%. The deck has 17 square meters. What I find that the condition of the deck and the purpose it proposes as a extension of the interior space, connecting it to the grade, there's approximately a 3-foot step from the interior to the grade. We don't want the deck to be really like just a landing of a stair. We want it to be a habitable space because that creates a flow with the interior of the space, right? So you've got the entertainment, the kitchen space where everybody hangs out today, and in summer you'll have a table out on that deck, right? So we wanted to try to make sure that that enjoyable scene could come to fruition with this deck. What I can suggest is, I know that the paved area on the south of the property connecting the garage with the right of way now is just a straight line, a strip. We could propose to cut back on that area to try to get to 45% instead of reducing the deck size, if that's something that you are agreeable to.
From my perspective, I can only speak for myself, I think that would be quite an improvement. And I think you already have, on your site plan, you've already got soft landscaping, almost half the entrance to the garage. So I think going a little further would certainly make a big difference. If you can get it up to 45%, that would be great, from my point of view anyway.
Okay, sir, so if you're planning to do that, we'll need your help. If you get to 45%, we'll need also the square meterage that would total.
Okay, so I'll do that right now. Let me open the actual notice.
I do have a comment, though, and comment being the concern, but it is also a question for the agent, which is, I do note that it seems to be a designated right-of-way for the neighbor as well, and so you can't really impede their ability to use the driveway portion. And so is there a portion that the portion that you're proposing could be turned into soft landscaping is entirely on your property, or is it at all contained within the right-of-way?
It's entirely on our property. If you go to the actual survey, you'll see that the right-of-way does stop possibly, I'm thinking it's probably 8 meters away from the garage.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay, no, that's helpful. Yeah, it's on the survey.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's give you a minute, sir, if you needed to do that calculation.
So now we're proposing 40 meters, which is, and we have to get to 49. So I can suggest that we'll comply with 45 square meters.
Sorry, 45 square meters, and what's the percentage?
Which would be 45. So 49 square meters is the 50%.
Right.
They're almost 1-to-1 in
right.
meters to percentages.
Okay.
So
if you're comfortable with changing it to 40%, which is 40 square meters.
That's pretty much what we have right now. I was saying to 45, which is 45 square meters. Now we have 39%, 39.6.
I'm sorry, sir, you've lost me a little bit. Let's just be sure. So let's revise variance number 1, and it states in this case, what percent? You want 45%, and in brackets, what's the square meterage?
So I'm suggesting we can bring it to 45%, okay?
Yep.
Which in brackets will be approximately 45 meters. We'll comply with whichever of those is
okay.
more restricted.
That's fine. I think that works. Thank you very much for that. I think that's helpful. Anything else, panel? All right, let's take this into committee. So here, I'll ask you to maybe move this one.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Chair. Thanks to the agent for making that adjustment. That certainly improves the situation. I think this is a very supportable application. There's no real issues with this. There are no conditions attached. I'd like to move a motion to approve without any conditions.
The amended.
Amended version, thank you.
Motion to approve by Mr. Byatt, seconder. Mr. Ghosh, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you very much. Item number 32. Is everyone okay to continue?
Yep.
Item number 32 is 35 Don Valley Drive. This is an application to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a side one-story addition with a rear ground floor deck and stairs. Also to reconstruct the existing rear patio for the existing basement walkout. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan received, floor plans and elevations received February the 10th. 4 photographs of subject property, email correspondence from the agent, and an arborist report. We have a staff report from Urban Forestry and one from the TRCA and a staff report from Metrolinx. There's correspondence and support from 29 Don Valley Drive.
Through the chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Well, that's a new one. I haven't heard that one before. I'm sorry, sir. I think we've got a bit of a technical issue. Stanley, what's going on over there?
Andrew, we're going to try calling you again.
It sounded really sped up.
It sounds like someone put a filter on him.
But perhaps not the worst submission we've had today. So.
Oh, Gary, that's harsh, man.
Hi, Andrew. Do you want to try rejoining the meeting?
Okay.
I think there's some issues with your audio.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps we should move on to the next item until we can get.
I was going to say, yeah. Okay, I think that's it. We'll stand item number 32 down and move on to item 33, which is 41 Lutey Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear second and third story addition, a rear 2-story addition with rear stairs, and a rear third story deck above the 2-story addition. The existing ground floor deck and stairs will be demolished. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the agents. We have an arborist report, a tree inventory plan, and an urban forestry permit. There is one form letter in support from 43 Lutey Avenue. Good afternoon, sir.
Sorry, through the chair, we have the agent here in person and one speaker online.
Yep. Is a red button on? Just push the red button.
Sorry, sometimes
There you
it
go.
does that. Through you, Mr. Chair, my name is Wakas Ahmed. My address is 1357 Nielsen Road, Suite 79, Toronto, Ontario. I'm a planner from Hilltop Development Corp. on behalf of the owner.
Thank you. So just to be clear, so the description says it's a detached dwelling. Is it detached or
It's, I think there's an error in the description, perhaps by staff. It's actually a semi-detached. And for the committee's benefit, this morning I found actually another error, which was on the zoning examiner's notice. So you'll see that the zoning examiner, Marva, she's issued a new zoning examiner's notice as of today. It's just a small typo. In variance number 1, the required minimum side yard setback is 0.78 meters, which stays as is. The proposed east side yard is incorrect. It should be the proposed south side yard, as there's only one side yard on the site. So I spoke to Ms. Salatino pertaining to this issue through Mr. Stanley, and she had advised me that she'd leave it up to the committee, and perhaps you can make the decision if I may be able to proceed with my delegation today.
Okay, so
through you, Mr. Chair, just for some clarity, I'm concerned about this only because the abutting property at 39 would have received a notice that's incorrect. Like everyone who received this notice, it's incorrect, right? But if they saw east side lot line, they may have just
dismissed
not submitted. Exactly, yes. So that's my only concern here.
So what's the number of the address of that property on the?
It's 39. Right.
Have you had discussions with 39?
I did actually. I knocked on the door. It seems that no one's living there. I mean, the variance that I'm applying for, there's only one variance because there's only one side yard. And then I also spoke to the neighbor immediately to the west who signed a letter of support for this application. Her name is Rosemary. She resides at 43 Lutey Avenue. I mean, I can understand Ms. Salatino's concern. However, my rebuttal is that the plans are the same. Even if the city is to send out a new notice, the plans would remain the same. It's really just a typo from the zoning examiner, and because I'm a planner, I was prudent to recognize this issue and brought it to staff's attention prior to this meeting, and I find it unfair to my client that they'd have to wait.
So this is from 0.71, and the requirement for setback is 0.78. So this is 0.07?
That is correct.
Of a centimeter?
That is correct.
A meter? So how much is, forgive me, how much is that in inches?
It's 3. Just shy of.
3 inches? 0.7 of a meter?
Yeah, 7 centimeters, 3 inches. It's just shy of 3 inches. That's correct.
Thought it was less than that, that's all. Okay, so I guess that's context, right? So it's 3 inches. All right.
So through you, Mr. Chair, just for clarification and public record, it appears that the closest point is at 0.71, and then it widens to 0.78, and then as you get towards the front, it's 0.94.
Right. So it's a pinch point, really.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have some thoughts on this issue, if you'll permit me.
Yes, please do. You'll forgive us while we discuss this, sir.
You know, whether it's 2 inches, 3 inches, or even 3 meters, we shouldn't be considering that so much in terms of proper notice. And so it is a notice issue. But I think, and you know, whether the plans show it and are the same, also to me isn't that material, because the question is, would this neighbor looking at this notice have thought to look at the plans based on the notice? But I think they would have, because side lot line is pretty obvious if you live beside a home in plain English, and the east is just sort of in brackets. If it had just said east lot line, I'd have a problem. But the fact that it says side east lot line, I think if you're the next door neighbor, that's enough to make you think, what are they what do they mean, and then look at the plans. So I think there's enough notice based on that wording. But
Anyone else?
That's only my view.
Anyone else?
If I may,
No, just hold on a sec. Allow us to have this discussion, please. Anyone else? Anyone have any concerns, I guess is what I would say. I agree with Phil. I'm fairly comfortable. I think Sabrina's pointed out that this setback is just a tiny pinch point. It's not the entire length of the side yard. So I think it's probably fine. So I think, unless anyone objects strenuously, I think we'll just proceed with and make the correction in the public notice. Guys, okay? Okay. Sabrina, we're just going to proceed with this one?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, that's fine. I believe we do have one speaker in interest, so I don't know if they're still wanting to speak on this item.
LB, you've been unmuted.
Hold on, but just be clear, just before we go to the speaker, I want to give the applicant an opportunity to just give a bit of an overview of your application because we appear to have someone lined up to speak. So I'm going to go back to you, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I was actually just going to concur with the members, and I appreciate you allowing me to proceed. With respect to the application, it's really a rear expansion. My client's family needs are growing. They are not able to afford to buy a brand new lot, so essentially they're just expanding it. There is no real adversarial impact based on my assessment to the adjacent lots. The lot to the immediately to the west, I spoke to that property owner in depth with respect to the proposal. As a result, there is a letter of support signed by her, which was before the committee. To the application's extent, I think the application before you is relatively simple. We're just essentially adding an addition to the rear. There's no adjustment from the streetscape, and essentially it complies with the 4 tests of the Planning Act, and it complies with Section 45 and the relevant provisions of the Planning Act, and in my opinion, it resembles good land use planning.
Okay, thank you. Now if we can go to the speaker.
I reside at 40 Winneva, which is opposite the property across the laneway.
Sorry, ma'am, your name was cut out. Could you just state your name again, please, for us?
Sure, it's Lori Ann Bianchi.
Okay. All right, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. I'm just concerned, and I really can't tell from the plans. I have a bedroom, and I have a deck that would be in view of the 3rd floor and 2nd floor, and I was just wondering what kind of protection to privacy is there. It appears that there's glass paneling on the deck, and I know sometimes upper decks and rooftop decks have to have higher coverings to protect the neighbors from the privacy issues. Okay, and that's your main concern? Well, no, the other thing I was going to mention, the property at the adjacent property will really have. I'm surprised they haven't. I don't know if that's the property that Sabrina was alluding to, that they didn't make a comment, but they're going to have a towering balconies overlooking their property. So I'm surprised they haven't made any claims. So I wonder if they did not understand the notice themselves. So that's just, I was going to say. Okay, so that house was inhabited. So I don't know, anyhow, I was just going to comment to Sabrina's comment that I am surprised they didn't make any issues because they are going to be directly in view of the balconies. So you're representing that there may be an overlook issue there as well? I'm concerned about that, yes. Okay. Anything else? No, that was it. Thank you. All right, thanks very much. We don't have any other speakers on this one? No?
Through the chair, that's it.
All right, back to you. You've heard the neighbors' concerns.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think from a privacy standpoint there is any adversarial impact to this property. It is further away. I really don't see any concern here.
Hang on. I just want to call up the elevation. You want to probe that a little bit, Zahir?
Yeah, I think on the one side, and I can't get quite the direction, whether it's the south side, you've got a property that seems to go beyond the property in question. Am I correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, can the member repeat the question?
So, sorry, the property to the south of you, of your property, that one seems to extend beyond your property. Would that be correct? Or?
That is correct.
That's correct. So and is it also a three-story property then?
It is similar. I believe it's a 2.5 story.
2.5.
Yeah,
Overlook might not be an issue on that side.
Correct. I don't, like, from an overlook and sighting standpoint, I don't think there's any concerns with respect to the proposal, and especially this this site. It's so constrained and narrow, and it's, the fact that there's no, in my opinion, the fact that there's no sort of home that, sort of extraordinary or similar to, primarily the build form and the massing and what we're proposing essentially is quite similar to the neighborhood. The neighborhood is a stable, mature neighborhood, and over time, progressively, owners have enlarged the property, which is very similar to what we're doing. So from a privacy, oversighting, overlook standpoint, I do not see any concerns. And again, through you, Mr. Chair, I think the application is quite similar and appropriate for the neighborhood.
However, on the I believe it's the north side. So we spoke about the south side. You mentioned the house, your neighbor projects beyond yours. But on the north side, that's not the case. So there would be overlook.
Attached semi, you mean?
I think it's the semi. And that certainly, at this point in time, I think there's overlook. So I'd like to propose a 1.5 meter privacy screening, whether it's opaque glass, because this is glass, I believe.
Yes, that according to the rear elevation, it is glass.
Yeah. So if it's 1.5 meters there, I think it'll suffice and alleviate the concerns that the neighbor that just spoke had.
Well, she's actually in behind.
She's behind.
But I do know from the satellite view, it looks like there's really quite a large tree in the backyard. So I don't know if there'll be a whole lot of privacy concerns there. But I think you're right about the side on the where the semi is. I think that should go privacy.
North side.
If I may, through you, Mr. Chair, is the member speaking to a privacy screen at the balcony or at the rear of the lane? Just so I'm clear on this.
It's the rear balcony. The third floor balcony?
Correct, at the back, at the rear.
Yes.
No, on the side, on the north side. Not facing towards the rear, but facing towards the attached.
The two semis.
Okay. Yeah. Got it. Understood.
Right.
Yeah, I think I'd be okay with that.
Okay.
And that's
all right.
The north side, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions? Nope. Okay. Let's take this into committee. So here, I'm going to make you work on this one too.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's a very straightforward application. I mean, there are two variances, and I mean the only point of concern that I noted was the potential privacy overlook for one of the neighbors, not both. So I'd like to move a motion to approve this application.
As
with
amended?
The one condition.
As amended?
Oh yes, as amended. I forgot about that. It's an amended one. And with privacy screening on the north side of the third floor balcony, which I believe shows on
rear balcony.
On the rear balcony, I think it's on A3. Well, we know which one it is. It doesn't have to be specific. That's it.
Okay. Yep. Motion by Mr. Byatt to approve with the amended application with that condition. Can I have a seconder?
Second.
Mr. McKay, all in favor?
Yes.
You have your approval with those conditions. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can I make one last remark?
Can you make one last which?
Can I make one last remark?
No, we're done.
Okay. I was just going to thank you. That's all.
Oh, you will always accept thank yous, yes.
All right, you're welcome.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps maybe we can go back to item number 32. I'm not sure if we were able to get the agent online.
Through the chair, the agent for item 32 has rejoined the meeting.
Okay. Let's then go back to item number 32, which I've already read into the record. This is 35 Don Valley Drive.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me this time?
We can. I don't know what was going on. It sounded
Maybe
quite
I had
unusual.
too much coffee.
What's that?
Maybe I had too much coffee.
Your name and address, please, sir.
Andrew Marshall. I'm the agent. I'm at 28 Waxham Road in North Etobicoke.
Great, thank you very much. This looks quite straightforward. Panel, does anyone need a presentation? I don't think so. Sir, it is a very straightforward application. We don't need a presentation from you today. We've read all the material. We're familiar with your application. Is there anything you'd like to share with the panel before we take it into committee for a decision?
Not really. We've also worked with the neighbor, and we have supportive neighbors.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let's go into committee. Phil?
My first comment is what a lot, having a ravine on both sides of your home. Boy. No, it's extremely straightforward. Two small variances, just extending the built form that exists in the bungalow a little further back to add another bedroom. So I found that supportable and would move to approve it.
Okay, motion by Mr. Ghosh to approve. You got the forestry condition?
Oh, subject to forestry 1. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Second, motion by Mr. Ghosh to approve, seconded by Mr. McKay. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Item number 34.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, I'll recuse myself at this time.
Yes, thank you.
Right. Okay. Follow. Okay, we got starting the 3-star cat portion from Church.
Who's speaking? Gary, your microphone's going there. I can hear you. I can hear you muttering under your breath. No, it's Gary.
It was in Latin, though.
It's our other member who's remote today. It wasn't you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to impugn you. Okay, we can start now.
Okay.
You'll just have to wait for a second. Number 34 is 6 FOLLIS Avenue. This is an application to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front basement walkout and a terrace, a front covered porch with staircase, and a front 3rd-story balcony. Also to construct a new 1-story carport structure in the rear yard, fronting Max Hartstone Lane. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received February the 25th. 2 photographs of subject trees. We have a covering letter from the agent and a site-specific zoning bylaw affecting the subject property. We have staff report from the urban forestry and 2 reports from urban forestry and advisory staff report. We also have correspondence and opposition from 18 FOLLIS Avenue.
Through the chair, we have the agent here in person and no registered speakers.
Okay. Seems like a fairly straightforward application, ma'am, but since you're here, maybe just a short overview.
Please. So my name is Kira Clarkson, 287 Brunswick Avenue. I would love an opportunity to present this project, but I can keep it short. So we are proposing a new 3-story detached single-family home. It's a narrow lot, so we do need a variance or 2. Actually, we have 4. It's a 3-story build with a flat roof. The 3rd floor will be set back considerably from the front elevation, and the rear wall set back slightly from the rear elevation. The front roof deck overlooks the street. We have no roof deck overlooking the rear. The point of pulling in that third floor is to decrease the feeling of the mass of the building. We've actually worked with planning and talked to them about built form, and they approve of this, of the massing of the building. So we're pretty happy about that. We're tearing down a house that's currently projecting almost 2 meters into the front yard setback in relation to the neighbors. And so that's why we're asking for one of the variances, which is actually a building depth variance, because we're pushing the building back in order to align with the street wall of the street, which does push us into the rear yard. There's still a considerable rear yard, and we won't be as deep as the neighbor to the west, but we are asking for a building depth variance. We're asking for a side yard variance, side yard setback variance, because the existing building is 10 inches or 0.25 meters from the east property line. We'd like to maintain that. And we're asking for some floor space index grace here. On the street, there are a number of buildings that have already sought and been approved for anywhere from 1.2, which is what we're asking for, up to 1.32, including a pair of new builds about 5 doors down, which are at 1.2, 1.25. So we feel the variances are in keeping with the neighborhood. The rear main wall height variance, which is this sort of small triangle at the rear, was unavoidable in order for us to create all of the exterior roof deck space at the front. So we talked to planning about that, and they agreed that this was a desirable built form. We have support from neighbors. We do know there's one neighbor who objected to the removal of a tree in the rear yard. We've actually since spoken to Urban Forestry, who also would like us to keep the rear tree. So we removed the carport. So the revised site plan you have before you no longer has a carport. It was going to have a green roof on it, which would have added to the green space, but we will work around the existing tree. I think the neighbors' other objections had to do with the location of the east wall, but the existing east wall is in that current location. And noise and parking issues we can't address in this forum. So much thought has been given to the design of this house. We think the proposed design will be a positive insertion in the neighborhood, and welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's commendable to change your carport to save a tree. That's
our clients were happy to do that.
That's great. Okay, any questions? Zahir or Gary?
None.
It's Gary and all. I'll just say yes. There's no urban forestry condition, and that's great. Then the applicant's been able to cover that off, and we appreciate that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Let's go into committee. Zahir, do you want to take this one?
I was going to give it to Phil, but yeah, I think this is a very straightforward application. It's a novel design, new design. I'm surprised nobody's complained about the fact that it's out of character, but I think it's quite an interesting design. And given the site-specific situation, I think it's a commendable replacement. There are no conditions with this one, so I'd like to move a motion to approve this application with no conditions attached.
No. Okay, motion to approve by Mr. Byatt, seconded by Mr. McKay. All in favor? You have your approval.
Thank you very much.
You're more than welcome. It's actually I thought it was a handsome design, frankly. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. If someone want to grab Phil? Did you find him? Okay. We move on to item number 35. 996 Woodbine Avenue. This is an application to construct a new four-story detached building, which is a municipal shelter. There will be one surface parking space in the rear yard abutting Strathmore Boulevard. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, cover letter from the agent, previous decision number affecting the property, letter to the residents from the agent. We have correspondence from city manager and CEO of Create TO. We have staff reports from Urban Forestry and the TTC, and a staff report from Community Planning.
Through the chair, we have the agent here in person and no registered speakers.
Good afternoon. I feel like I've seen this one before a couple times, so welcome back.
Thank you.
Name and address for the record, please.
Name Robert Oleksiak. Address is 996 Woodbine Avenue.
Okay, so you have a previous approval and you're coming just simply to make an amendment to that?
Correct. So we were approved for an FSI of 1.77. We have a small increase to 1.8. It's just for construction efficiency. We had a previous jog in the rear of the development that we squared off. And we are asking for a new front yard setback to respect the TTC's requirements of a 3-meter setback from their infrastructure below grade. So that's the reason why we are moving this building forwards. Building height variance is identical to the one that was approved.
Right, and everything else. And this is, I think this was deferred once and then came back and got approval. I think some of us sat on that application and thought it was a pretty good application in the end. So, thank you. Panel, any questions? No questions. Okay, let's take this into committee. I think it's fairly straightforward and it's a positive project.
Yeah, we'll go ahead because I was on both of those previous panels.
Yeah, so was I think,
I suppose we both were. The only unfortunate thing with this is that it, isn't built yet. So it's a great project. If it needs these small variances to comply with what the TTC was asking for, I see no reason not to approve that. The variances were minor last time, they're minor this time. I would move to approve it.
Is there a TTC condition?
No.
Or they cleared it. I thought I saw a condition. I have it written down as a condition.
There are?
Actually, there is.
I think there is a condition.
Okay, subject.
You've seen the condition?
I have.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I think there is one, Phil.
It asked about a technical review, but as the applicant said, I thought they'd moved away from that.
Well, then he'd be able to clear that condition fairly easily, I think.
Yes. Yeah, okay. All right. We'll add it as a technical review. Okay.
And
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's actually
3 as well.
Well, that's Sabrina.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, there's 2 conditions, the technical review as well as the construction agreement.
Right.
Okay.
And a forestry condition, I see.
Number 3, yes.
Okay. So you're, just going to go out of committee. You're aware of all those conditions?
We're aware.
Okay. Thank you. Back in committee.
Yes, so I'll move to approve it subject to forestry 3 and the 2 TTC conditions.
Right. Okay. Motion by Mr. Ghosh to approve, seconded by Mr. McKay. All in favor? You have your approval. Have you commenced construction yet?
No, we are going for a building permit at the end of this week.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 36. Which is 68 Hewitt Avenue. This is an application to construct a 1-story detached garage in the rear yard. Committee has before a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, an arborist report. We have a staff report from Urban Forestry and 25 form letters in support from residents on Hewitt Avenue, Indian Road, and Bowstead Avenue. And do we have the agent?
Through the chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Okay, good afternoon.
I live at 68 Wimbledon Road, Toronto.
Sorry, I might have talked over your name.
Jennifer Scholes.
Thank you. All right, panel. Maybe just a short presentation, ma'am. I see you're looking for a height variance for your garage.
The client actually has 3 kids and a minivan that they have to accommodate. And there's a turntable proposed as well, but the height variance requested is to accommodate a canoe that will be suspended above the vehicle when it's not in use.
What that will be?
Canoe.
Oh.
They're avid campers and hikers, and they go on canoe trips every summer.
Okay, and you're also seeking a rear yard landscaping variance.
That is to accommodate the paving required to get the car in the garage. But they do have a landscape designer who is who's a pretty avid pollinator designer. So all of the plant material that we're proposing is insect friendly. So that was another priority for the client.
Okay. All right. Any questions, panel? So here.
I think, again, the only concern I have or question I have is related to variance number 1, the 34% rear yard soft landscaping. And I was looking at the site plan. Oh, I see you've got a proposed, sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. I was looking at the current, and now you've got a proposed one, which is all soft landscaping from what I can see. Is that correct?
Yes, it is actually. The only paved area, if I'm not sure if you can zoom in, but there's a paved area to accommodate the driveway. And then there's quite a bit of soft landscaping as well at the back. It's just the garage takes up quite a bit of space, and we need enough paving to get the car in the garage.
Okay. So there really isn't much room for mitigating the 30% soft landscaping.
I could try, but they do want a walkway at the side of the house too, because that is access that the neighbor uses, the number 70. So there's a walkway at the side, and then there's a little bit of a walkway at the base of the deck, which is existing. And then there's a curved walkway around the tree, and the rest is soft except for that angled piece that gets the car into the garage. It angles and then it goes down and then it curves around. That's the piece to the left of that is paved. This just shows the tree protection zone. That modeled area is actually the tree protection. So you might want to look at the other plan. It's horizontal protection to protect the white pine. But if you look at A101, you'll see that that area is landscaped with soft scape.
If you sort of suggested, if I heard correctly, that you could possibly look at slight increase, perhaps?
Well, we would have to. The problem is that the client wants a generator, and the only place for the generator is at the foot of the deck, beside the steps. And in order to walk around that generator, I added a little bit of paving to the left that I could potentially eliminate, but then they'd have difficulty shoveling softscape there to get around and up to the stairs.
Okay, any further questions?
Thank you so much.
All right, let's go into committee. I will start out by giving you my opinion. I'm uncomfortable with the height. I wish everyone could have space in their garage to store their canoe, but I don't think that justifies a meter higher than what is allowed. I think when structures in rear yards are excess height, I do think it has an impact on the neighbors. So I'm not going to be able to support the height variance.
I understand the concern. but don't necessarily agree with it. I think trying to store a canoe in a garage is a very understandable.
I don't know why you couldn't do it within 4 meters, though.
Yeah, maybe. The alternative could be needing a second ancillary structure, or just that they can't use their property that way.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah.
No other comments?
My only concern really was the soft landscaping, which I gather is very difficult to increase. The height, not such a big issue because the height is actually at one end of the garage. It's a sloping roof, pardon me, structure. So I'm not too concerned about the height. So I think it's supportable application.
Okay. Does anyone want to make a motion?
Sure, yeah. I'll make a motion to approve it. I do think that it's supportable. I do understand the concern about the height and creep on approving structures in rear yards, but there is a justification for why they want that. And as Mr. Byatt notes, on the side elevations, you can see that it slopes up and isn't that high through the whole extent of the garage. Given that there always was a right-of-way and previously, there are similar structures where that is the case in this neighborhood, I think it's a minor variance and would move to approve it, subject to forestry condition number 2.
Okay, motion.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Sorry. Do
Yes,
you
ma'am.
think it would be helpful to tie to the elevation plans?
Sure, yeah, I would be happy to tie it to the west elevation, which is A602, or to both elevations, or well, what would you recommend?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would just say to all elevation plans for the garage, if that helps with the height situation.
Sure, yeah, why not? So I would impose that condition to tie it to the elevations.
Okay. Did you say there is a forestry run, right?
Forestry 2.
Right. All right. Motion by Mr. Ghosh to approve tying it to elevations and forestry number 2. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Mr. Byatt, all in favor? Opposed? I am dissenting. The motion carries 3-1. You have your approval. Thank you. All right. We are on today's last item. And this is 48 Firina Ave, probably butchered that one. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story townhouse dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition, partially cantilevered with a covered ground floor, deck, and stairs. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevation, 6 photographs of the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, previous decision number affecting the subject property, arborist report, and a tree preservation plan. There are 10 form letters in support. Sorry, I think my thing is incorrect here. 10 form letters in support signed by owners occupants of 40, 41, 42, 44, 50, 52, 54, 58, 66, and 70 Firina Avenue. There is correspondence in opposition from 36, 121, and 22 Firina Avenue, and there is materials in opposition from 46 Firina Avenue.
Through the chair, we have the agent here in person, and we do have 2 registered speakers. One is in opposition, and the other one will have to confirm their position.
Okay, thank you. And you folks have the honor of having the last item of the day. Thank you for your patience, for sticking around. Your names and address, please.
My name's Jason Kiefer, and my address is 496 St. James Street, London, Ontario.
Okay, and your colleague?
My name's Cale Ricci. Address is 48 Firina Avenue.
Okay. Oh, so you're the owner? You're the owner.
Correct, Mr. Speaker, yes.
Thank you. All right, sir, we have some folks wanting to speak to this item, so we'll need a presentation.
Okay, well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My clients have 48 Firina Avenue are seeking relief from 2 zoning provisions with the intent of constructing a modest 2-story addition at the rear of their home. The purpose of this development is to increase their ground floor kitchen area and add a master bedroom with an ensuite to the 2nd floor. Their young family is growing, and this will help them stay in the home and neighborhood that they love. During the planning process, we engage with stakeholders in order to ensure the suitability of the development. Our proposal has written support from the residents of 10 addresses on Firina, including the adjacent neighbors to the west at number 50. During this process, we engaged a registered professional planner with 18 years experience to review our proposal and provide an opinion. Elizabeth's report is the sole professional planning evidence associated with this application. The planner is of the opinion that our proposal meets each aspect of the 4-part test and that the requested variances are indeed minor in nature. Lastly, we reached out to the community planning department, and we're informed that they are in support of our application as well. In summary, Elizabeth's report outlines that the proposed variances meet the 4-part test as follows. First, the official plan's neighborhood designation will be maintained as the proposed addition is in keeping with the heights, massing, and scale of the existing dwelling and those nearby dwellings. Second, the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw will be maintained as the renovation will replace an existing 1-story addition at the rear of the dwelling with a slightly larger 2-story addition. Third, the variances are appropriate and desirable as they would facilitate the updating of an older home while maintaining the existing residential use, being sensitive to maintaining the architectural character from the street. And lastly, the 2 variances are minor as the FSI is modest and the 0-meter setback or separation allows for the rear addition to align with the existing sidewall of the townhouse dwelling. According to our research, there have been 60 instances of FSI variance approvals over the past decade in the immediate vicinity of the subject property. The average FSI of these precedent-setting cases is 0.88 as compared to our lower requested 0.72. As the additional floor area will be added to the rear of the building, we maintain that this is consistent with the existing massing of the neighborhood and is in line with the ongoing appropriate densification occurring not only on Roncesvalles, but throughout Toronto East York. In 2006, a minor variance application for a 2-story rear addition at this property, 48 Firina, was approved. This proposal included a 0-meter separation between townhouses on the east lot line. In addition, a 0-meter separation between townhouses has been approved at 6 nearby properties, most notably at 73 Firina Avenue in 2017, where relief from the required 2-meter separation was explicitly granted for a rear addition. On our plans, the interior width of the ground floor of the proposed addition is 13.5 feet at its greatest. If the 2-meter townhouse separation provision is applied, the interior width of the addition would be reduced to approximately 7.5 feet, resulting in an unfeasible development for the intended use. During the development process, we worked through a number of iterations to arrive at a design that would minimize the impact of the addition on the adjacent neighboring lots. In order to prevent potential overlook, we proposed a privacy screen to be constructed the length of the rear deck on the east lot line. We've also opted not to add windows to the east and west elevations of the addition to further mitigate overlook concerns. Finally, we removed a rear 2nd floor balcony from our design, which lessens the impact of our proposal on neighboring properties. One last item of note regarding the form of the addition. The proposed second floor is intended to cantilever approximately 1 meter beyond the rear main wall of the ground floor. It's important to mention that we have not exceeded the 17-meter building length permitted by the bylaw. Furthermore, in order to lessen the impact of the second floor on the adjacent lot, we have opted to set back this portion of the addition 2 feet from the east property line. As committee knows, building code matters and private civil issues between neighbors aren't properly before this committee. There are separate processes to address these issues, and they indeed are underway. All considered, our proposal satisfies the 4-part test for these 2 minor variances, and we respectfully request the committee's approval to proceed. I note that I am joined by Jason Reinar, a municipal lawyer from Learners LLP, who is available to answer any questions the committee members may have.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Any questions before we go to the speaker? All right, thank you very much. We'll call up the first speaker. Did you have a question, Phil?
No, it looks like Gary does.
I do.
Oh,
yes.
Gary, there you go. Sorry, I didn't see you there.
Yeah, fine. Just to the applicants, I wonder if you could help me understand variance number 2, just to explain it a little better. And I'll read it. It says that, the minimum required distance between main walls for a townhouse is 2 meters, where there are no openings to dwelling units in those main walls. In this case, the distance between main walls will be 0 meters. Can I get a less technical understanding and version of that?
You understand the question? He's just asking, what do you mean by the setback? So instead of, you're supposed to indent in the back as opposed to going straight back?
That's correct. And it's not, the separation's not measured from the, like if we're talking about the additions off the rear of the main dwellings, those additions have to have a separation between neighboring properties, between those main walls. And that's measured between those main walls and not to the lot lines. I don't know if that helps clarify, but.
It does, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, is our first speaker here or online?
Through the chair, the agent just confirmed that Jason Reinar is part of their team, so there's only one opposition speaker.
Okay. And they online?
Steve, you've been unmuted.
Good evening. Can you hear me well?
We can, yes. Your name and address, please, sir.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Steve Baderjean. I am an engineer and property owner of 46 Firina Avenue, together with my wife, Claudia Medina, who's next to me.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Page 2, please. 46 Firina is a narrow row house, 15 feet wide, located to the immediate right of the applicants. We have a rear extension dating back to 1968 that is sitting on the property line. We're currently standing in it. With the diagram depicted on page 2, I would like to highlight 4 important facts. Fact number 1, the applicant's letters of support indicate they are at close proximity to the party wall. We beg to differ. Some of them are 66 meters away, others across the street at 43 meters away. And specifically, the closest one at 450 Firina is at 7 meters away from the party wall. 46 Firina is in fact the most impacted dwelling by the proposed variances and by your decision today. Fact number 2, the previous variances decision from 20 years ago is irrelevant. Each review is different, plus the bylaws have changed. Most importantly, the 2006 decision never materialized for valid reasons that are still present today. We're still on page 2, by the way. Fact number 3, the applicants are proposing to excavate our foundation and alter our roof structures. Those are major impact on our dwelling. If you can move to page number 2, please. And fact number 4, the applicants are proposing to build a cantilever that extends beyond its foundation, which will block the very limited natural light we receive in our backyard and our rear windows. Combined with a massive privacy screen, the design is obtrusive and detrimental. If you can move to page 2, which you're at page 3 now, thank you. The requested variance failed to meet all the tests. Variance 1 adversely affected use and enjoyment of our rear extension and backyard. Variance 2 requires cutting off roof overhang and jeopardize the integrity of our structure. We formally object to variance 1 and 2. Now, if you could move to page number 6, please. It's a table? Yes, correct, thank you. The table captured the test result for variance number 2. The proposed variance is not minor. It is destructive for dwelling and therefore unacceptable. It violates the intent of the bylaw, which is to preserve a safe and reasonable distance between walls. We ask the committee to reject the requested variance and to maintain a minimum distance of 2 meters. We move to the next page, please. The table captured the test results for variance number 1. The proposed variance is not minor. The cantilever is obtrusive. We ask the committee to reduce the floor space index to account for the wall separation between the rear extension, as I explained in the previous page, and we ask the committee to preserve the current length of the building at 15.04 meters. Next page, please. So why does the bylaw mandate a minimum distance of 2 meters between the new wall and an existing wall? Reason number 1, 2 meters is a safe distance when excavating near an existing foundation. In this case, the applicants are proposing to excavate directly beside the existing foundation and dig deeper than the current footing by roughly 3 feet. This error is shown in page 7 in their site plan. Upon consulting with our structural engineer, he confirmed this would directly impact the integrity of our rear extension. Reason number 2, 2 meters is sufficient space for 2 independent structures to coexist without touching or harming each other. In this case, the applicants deliberately ignore the existence of the eave. They're even proposing to remove them without our consent. Those errors are shown on page 5 and 10 in the site plan. Reason number 3, 2 meters allow for access for independent repairs and renovation on each separate structure. And reason number 4, 2 meters help reducing encroachment dispute. Kindly note that we have applied for perception of land for the roof overhang and the space under it since they have been present for 50 years or more. Now let's visualize variance number 1. My last slide, please, which is the next slide. The left image shows the current west view with the sunset. The right image shows the proposed view imposed by the applicants. You can see the second floor cantilever is extending by 1.06 meters as indicated by the left duct tape marker on the fence. They're designed directly to block the natural light. We already have limited light entering our yard and our home with the rear windows since we are the middle dwelling. We ask the committee to reject the cantilever, preserve the length of the building at 1504, and reduce the floor space index accordingly. Kindly note that the privacy screens are subject to fence bylaw. We ask the committee to also consider reducing the height of the privacy screens since the current height is a monster 12 feet high. And maybe if I can take 30 seconds.
Sir, I'm just going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Yep. I would like to respond specifically to a comment provided in the cover letter. If you look at cover letter specifically on last page related to the general intent of the bylaw. I propose this proposed addition of 0 setback along the east property line to maintain a consistent built form and scale for the original townhouse structure around the share wall. Claudia and I would agree to this and only if both parties of a share wall while building a new construction on both sides at the same time, according to the latest Ontario Build Code. This is quite the opposite here.
Okay, sir, I'm going to cut you off there. I apologize, but you've gone well over your time. I think we understand your concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, sir, back to you if you want to take some time to respond to what we've heard.
There's some stuff, there was some stuff raised that I'm not going to speak to just because it doesn't apply for this hearing. And as I mentioned in my statement, just the building code items and mainly there. And I mean, the impact of the addition is the main concern here in the comments on the lot of number 46. But like I said in my statement, we've taken a number of measures to minimize this impact. You know, both with the privacy screen and stepping back the second floor portion of the addition from the property line. Yeah, I don't have too much more to add. I think I'd like to defer to the other speaker, our lawyer, Jason, if you'd like to add comments in response, if that's possible.
Is Jason here or online?
He's online.
Okay, can we unmute Jason?
Sheriff, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, name and address, please, first.
Yes, it's Jason Rayner, a partner and municipal lawyer at Learners. Our address is 225 King Street West, Suite 1600. I don't think there were any particular arguments raised, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, but I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Okay, Phil?
I have a question, and I'm not sure whether it's yourself or council who's better to answer. One of the arguments that was raised by the neighbor that I'd like to hear your take on is that the separation distance at the rear within zoning is even to prevent impacts to the foundation and that sort of type of impact to the neighboring property. And I'm hearing you classify it as more of a building code issue, which it certainly would be a building code issue, but it's possible for things to be dual issues. What's your position on what the purpose of that aspect of the bylaw actually is? What's your view on that purpose?
On the purpose of the separation?
Yeah, of the separation for rear additions in this type of situation.
I think it has to do with having windows at the back of the main portions of the dwelling, so that you open up the back main walls. You know, in this case, there's no windows on the side main wall, so you know we're wanting to build up right against it, but we're not impacting the neighbor because they don't have any light coming in through that side of the building face. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Can I, Steph, can you pull up the photos that the applicant has sent in? Yeah, go to the third one, the one in the rear yard. Just keep scrolling down. That one. So I've been looking at it. So your proposed addition off the rear is going to, you've already got a small one-story, which I presume you're going to be removing.
Correct.
You're coming out 2 stories in the back. Is that the plan? And
yeah, that's right.
So the amount that you're going beyond your neighbor, you're not going beyond on the main floor, but you are going on. So, sorry,
oh, yeah.
I don't know.
No, sorry. No, yeah, we're matching on
you're matching the main floor,
Correct.
and you're extending out how far?
1 meter.
1 meter.
Yeah, and we're not going beyond the permitted building length.
Right. Okay. And there's no windows on the neighbor's side?
No, it's a solid wall.
Okay, and you had a balcony originally and you've removed, you're no longer doing that balcony?
Correct.
Is that tree gonna stay?
No, the tree is going to be removed, and we have an application in with forestry.
Okay, we have nothing from forestry on that.
Okay.
I imagine that's probably because it's as of right.
As of right, yeah, I think you're right.
And we'll be replanting, yeah.
And you have is there a deck coming off the main floor and you've got a privacy screen on?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, that frankly doesn't seem at all unreasonable to me. I don't want to presuppose what my panel members are thinking, but it's a fairly modest addition off the rear. So here?
On the privacy screen that that the neighbor actually shows in his presentation, how tall is the privacy screen from the floor of the deck that you're proposing?
I would have to pull that up. It would be on the elevation. It's 8'5". Yeah.
Is that the usual required height for one? I'm just thinking because from the rendition that the neighbor presented, it looks fairly substantial, and but I'm not sure whether the rendition is accurate. Does it?
Yeah.
Can it be actually shorter without having overlook issues and so on? Because 8 foot is from the deck of your the floor of your deck. 8 foot. That's substantial.
And it's sorry.
Sorry, I would have thought maybe about a 6 foot fence, 6.5 at most, would be adequate. Or meet the requirements, presumably.
That would work, and then it wouldn't. You'd still have an open space above, and you usually call for a 1.5 meter.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I was just wondering about 1.5 is what we usually ask for.
Okay.
It's not part of the applications, but
right.
Just to because I think that rendition perhaps presents an inaccurate image.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So I'm just trying to think, what are you saying? Are you suggesting that they reduce it?
I'm not, but it's not before us.
No, I think it's up to them. As long as they're over 1.5, they can kind of do what they like. But, to your point, if it's a visual obstruction, you really just want, so if you're out standing, you don't see into the neighbor's yard, right? So I don't know how tall you are, but, if it's a 6 foot fence, maybe that is sufficient to prevent overlook.
Right, okay.
Okay. All right, any further questions? All right, I think we're done. Thank you. Let's take this into committee. Observations or a motion? So here?
Again, this is, I think, a situation that it's very specific to the properties in this particular part of the city. They're all very narrow, tight. The neighbor already has an extension to the back. I don't see this as a problem. I think the two variances before us are fairly straightforward. I don't think they're contentious at all. There are no conditions from any city departments at all. So I really don't think that there are issues. I'd be willing to move a motion to approve with no conditions.
Okay, motion by Mr. Byatt to approve this application, seconded by?
Yes, I'd be happy to second it.
By Mr. Ghosh, all in favor? You have your approval, thank you.
Thank you.
And that's the conclusion of today's agenda. We are adjourned at 6:13 p.m. Thank you
Through
all.
you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, panel members. Thank you, staff.
Thanks, guys. A bit of a
It was a
difficult,
stressful
challenging day for everyone.
Get home safely, everyone. Have a good evening.
Sabrina, did you pull half of your hair out today?
I did.
Okay.
All right, everyone. Good job.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Gary, I hope your wife